yesterday was a lot of digital evidence that the state played against Donna Adelson, Charlie, Katie was in there. And I did a video covering just how silly this whole thing was and how everything was just falling apart. We went from trying to speak in code word, we went from cockiness to lying to each other, to scrambling to see what's going on. And then at the very end, everyone's just like, you know what, fuck the code words. We're just gonna blow the cover, okay? We don't even care at this point. And the wiretap nonsense was just really cool to see how everything was happening behind the scenes and just how slick and smart everyone thought they were. But, I'm glad to see how stressed out Charlie was, how stressed out Harvey was, how stressed out Donna was, because honestly, I wasn't sure if these people just like didn't really care and they're like, whatever. So when they're all stressed out about getting caught potentially and they couldn't sleep and getting diarrhea, I'm happy for it because you know what? They deserve it. Now, we're going to continue day 6 today of Donna Adelson's trial with a little bit of wiretap, just a little bit. But this is the portion where the jury's going to get to hear Donna trying to escape to Vietnam. This is after Charlie was found guilty and Donna was on the phone call with Charlie. However, she forgot to hang up the phone call. And those jail calls, they're recorded. So she's talking, she's making plans about Vietnam. She's really upset. She also talks about Wendy as well, and then reads a letter or some sort that Wendy wrote to her. And she's not happy with Wendy. She's really upset about Charlie. She says that Charlie looks like he's deteriorated in the past year. And not only that, she's making plans for Vietnam. So the jury's going to hear all of that. Luckily, the court started really late today, and then they had a pretty long bathroom break. So we're going to catch up pretty decently today. And yeah, if you guys haven't seen already, we're doing recaps of this trial for day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll probably have day 6 today. So if you guys haven't seen the recaps, go check it out. It's on the YouTube channel. Get the recaps for the wiretaps and all that. So if you don't have time to watch 7, 8-hour trials and you just want to get to the meat of it, I do my best to recap it for all of y'all. So good morning. Good morning, Moondog. Good morning, Taxi. Good morning, Mufasa, Shaniqua. Good morning. Yeah, the wiretapping stuff was so crazy that I was watching it this morning. I just had to relive it, man. It was so wild. All right, y'all. So Special Agent Patrick Sanford is back on the stand, but like I said, he won't be up here for long. Now, I do want to say this, though. The wiretapping portions was very, very long. I don't know if the jury was nodding off or if you're listening for the first time, if you're completely intrigued and entrenched into it, because this is where you get to hear Donna's voice. You can hear how she and not Harvey, she and Charlie and Katie, Sigfredo, how they're trying to orchestrate everything and how they're all really tied together. Yes, Donna and Charlie thought they were smart from insulating themselves from the hitman by using Katie, but still, the trail is there. So I wonder if the jury's like, wow, that woman over there, that old lady right there, she's not looking too good over there, okay? It looks like she is involved. It looks like there is a conspiracy. It looks like they were planning to murder Dan Markel. And then afterwards, when the bump happened, it looks like they were all trying to scramble to figure out, oh shit, are we getting blackmail? Is it the feds? Are they on us? So I really do hope that yesterday, was not too boring for the jury. It could be a little bit too much, especially if the audio is not good, but I think they probably had headsets, and it really does help that Georgia Kappelman provided transcripts to follow along. Otherwise, it was just the audio. I probably would just, I would have tuned out as well. Hey, Moss Max, how are you doing today? How's it going? Hello. All right, y'all. Well, let's get started. I recorded this, right? Okay, cool. I was like, oh my gosh, if I didn't.
You got wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th, 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct, he was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Katherine Magbanwa? When was she arrested?
Don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I do.
Okay.
The bump happened in 2016, around the beginning of 2016. And that same year, that's when all the arrests were happening. So again, the 2 hitmen arrested, although one of the hitmen was already incarcerated for something else. And then Katie gets arrested months later. Charlie doesn't get arrested until years later. Now, because one of the hitmen was already incarcerated, well, he's like, Give me that plea deal. I'll tell you everything.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
Okay. And then you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date. Actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him for warrant.
Okay. So Garcia, 5/25 of 16. Rivera, 6/3 of 16. Magbanwa, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Katherine Magbanwa ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview?
Katie blew it. Katie was offered full immunity, from my understanding, and she denied it twice.
with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanwa revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder, on Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she...
And remember the timeline that October 31st, 2013, this was after the relocation was denied. This was when Wendy was planning on buying a house in Tallahassee. Donna and Charlie are texting each other like, oh, gosh, she's trying to buy a house. She's ruining her life. And Charlie's like, don't worry, Mom. I got you. I got you. I want to talk her out of it. And you know what? He does. He does talk her out of it.
Was when that when the topic was first broached with her.
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
Okay. And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes. I was familiar with...
Oh, something weird and funky happens here. Let me see if on Court TV it was any different. It kind of just jumps. This is when they're getting into, I really want fun now. This is where they're getting into the Vietnam stuff. Oh, I think it does jump. Right around, where are we at?
This time.
Information.
Yeah, there's a weird jump that happens on Law and Crime. So I don't know if it's just, oh, okay. I think it was just a Law and Crime thing. So we're going to jump over to Court TV for a little bit. Thanks, Court TV. Yeah, there was a weird thing with Law and Crime.
UTC.
So just surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
Katherine Magbanwa ultimately went to trial and was
And tell us
that
could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
and she was able to give us the actual date that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder.
Okay, we are getting to the next topic.
And it just has a number,
Unknown number.
an unknown number.
And what's the content of the text
The
message?
text message says, on Lincoln with my friends, come meet us.
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from Ms. Magbanwa that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson, or Donna and Harvey Adelson, having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new, correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbett's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's Exhibit.
Do you think do you think the state's gonna give Katie anything? Katie testified a couple days ago saying that the state didn't offer her anything in exchange for her testimony. She is hoping to see her children one day. What do you guys think? You think Georgia's gonna be like, okay, you know what, let me help you out, or Georgia's gonna be like, okay, well, thanks for the information. Bye. You still did it.
3 at this time. We were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
All right. When was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay. And I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22. Oh, sorry. It was 4/1 of 20. 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, at least he got to
And-
enjoy 420 before he was arrested.
Shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a reported call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118,
The defense fought to try to get this out, but they couldn't.
the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'm asked to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118. Permission to publish.
So the audio is not the greatest. I will try to read some of the important parts.
There's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Sanford, who's just been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her. She said I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of work to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
Oh, I think Charlie's 5-year-old child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak again. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously
Previous attorney?
not Dan Markell. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right. Thank you. Continue, please.
So, then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh no. She's talking to Charlie. She's like, Charlie, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? And she doesn't hang up.
I'm sorry. The fourth time that they cut the line each time. It has to take for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen.
Harvey says it's $5 every time if he calls here, and she tells you he doesn't have anything. They receive. Donna says they pay you for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. There's a Mr. Chagrin in the background. Is he indiscernible? Harvey, yeah. Donna, except he's in this room. Mr. Chagrin, indiscernible. Donna Adelson, that? Harvey, they haven't moved in. Donna, so the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't kill himself.
And he said to her, if you need me to want to go, that's it. So the psychologist wanted to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you need me to kill myself, it's Bill.
Ooh, audio's a little bit rough. He said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. At least let me go back to my cell so at least I can see where I am. It also means, you know, please don't leave me here. And she spoke to him for a little bit and she says, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. She's calling his bluff.
No light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back to my cell and see where I am. You know, please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit and she said, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have
No, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, you know, I've got a few of these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and submit them, then they get them approved. You'll be able to go back. So he thought she was going back, like Mr. Chagrin. Yeah, Donna, in an hour. But he said that she better get that thing done because Where are we? You better get that thing done.
go back. So he was just going back like in an hour. But
Because I'll lose my mind in here. It's all mirrored on the inside. So all you can see is yourself. What? Charlie, I feel like you would like that.
she said, okay, I think that's, I'll lose my mind with me. It's all mirrored on the inside. The all you see is yourself. The light never.
Donna says the light never shuts off day or night. Yeah, that's tough. These fluorescent lights, he says, are all on all night. He says, I just want to go back where I was. At least I know people. I can see people. He says, here, I'm in a box. So he's just Mrs. Chagrin. She's just a Donna. What? Mr. Chagrin. Indiscernible. Donna. I mean, I'm sure he'll call back. We just keep getting disconnected. Harvey. So here's the whole thing. Donna, I haven't even offered you a drink. Do you want some Diet Coke or a glass of water? Miss Broadman. No. Donna Adelson. Nothing? Mr. Chagrin. So indiscernible. Mr. Broadman. Indiscernible. I think there is a finish line. Mrs. Chagrin. I told him, or text us when I can go. Mr. Broadman or Miss Broadman. We did. Mrs. Chagrin. Indiscernible. Miss Broadman. May not want to.
But what is that very
Mrs. Chagrin, but probably he's not ready. Don't push. Donna, I think it'll be nice a way to leave me alone, say goodbye. I'm gonna lose my son. Who's going to prison for something he didn't do? I can't function. I'm not that strong. I think Donna at this point is trying to convince these friends of hers that, what do you mean? Like, we didn't do this. Charlie didn't do this. She's never gonna admit it.
I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I don't know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything is slowly starting to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We have a great marriage. Happy, we travel, we live good. I'm really not unhappy.
And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body, his everything, his clothing started to deteriorate. I'm old. I had a life. We had a great marriage. Happy. We traveled. We lived good. I really am not that happy. And I just don't want him to leave, to just say goodbye and let me lay down something nice. It's nothing painful. Just want to sleep. I bought her a cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. So this is her talking about some self-harm stuff.
One of them is just say goodbye. And it's like, it's so painful. It's so like, we're born that very far.
I don't know, Donna. Why don't you just fess up and throw yourself under the bus? Maybe Charlie can get off easier. You know what Donna does in opening? She throws Charlie under the bus. And she's been throwing Charlie on the bus.
A couple months ago, was that I took most of my this weekend because I had something that made me feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. It's
All right, something indiscernible. Donna's continue talking. Know what Wendy did this weekend? Because I had something that made her feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. If the court or the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. Harvey. So Wendy came out all indiscernible. Donna. Now we know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. Harvey. Yeah. Donna. She's never once just come over and say, I need to talk to you. Harvey. It sounded like I'm worried. Mr. Chagrin, she probably indiscernible. Make sure that indiscernible. Harvey, it sounded like she indiscernible, worried. Oh, wait, sorry, I already read that. Donna says, she sat down on the couch right here. I was sitting here and she didn't say, look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on the trial for his life. We're all aggravated. But this is what she's talking about. Just look. Or this is what she's taking a look about. Just sit. Miss Brotman, uh-huh.
Just sat there. I wanted to take direction. I'm fine.
Donna says, so this is about Wendy, just sat there and she said, look, if you're suicidal, I'm going to Baker Act you. So I said, I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. Are we going to see the boys tomorrow night? She says, if she's here on Sunday night, she says, yeah, good. Now I'm actually fine for now. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. Harvey, she didn't want me to do it yet. Donna, we can do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us, and we'll do it together. Ms. Brotman, indiscernible. Donna, indiscernible. Look, gotta make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning, knowing that they're thinking up there, I don't know we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might get all of this. Get to the airport, and they'll... oh, here's the escape plan. And they'll stop you. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try. Let's see if you guys can hear a little bit of it.
Speaking to Dan this morning and doing what they're thinking up there. I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might just all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop. That could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try.
I wonder if the Brotmans and the Chagrins are like, Donna, I thought you said that your son's not guilty. And why are you escaping to go to the airport? I thought you said you were going to harm yourself. They're probably just so confused what Donna's trying to do. Mr. Chagrin, indiscernible. Harvey, yeah, he said to get a visa. Donna, I tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have stuff to do for Roman. So, Mr. Chagrin, what is his indiscernible? How is it you want me indiscernible? Donna, oh, with the stipulation as to who's in charge. And Miss Brotman, what's best for him is to indiscernible. Go ahead and sell him a trust and whatever and whoever indiscernible as a trustee until indiscernible. Donna Adelson, Bree, Miss Brotman, Bree, Donna Adelson, just somebody who would be watching. Miss Brotman, yeah, someone indiscernible. Take care of, yeah, indiscernible. So, Donna Adelson, if George were to make some effort to respond, answer his call, until we do that, I could sit down here with you and say, Wendy, would you do that? But I can't because no response. Yeah, I think Wendy's really spooked out that her family members are... Well, one family member has already gone down. So I think Wendy's trying to be really careful with how she communicates with the rest of her family member, just in case, if it seems like they weren't smart enough to pull this whole code talk off, right? Wendy probably doesn't want to deal with her family members anymore because what if they start trying to implicate her while having conversations with her? So I can see why Wendy's like, bye, y'all. I'll see you later. Peace out.
And so it was cold. Would you do that? I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because there we go.
Donna says, so do you still haven't heard anything from George? Harvey, no, I didn't get a hold. Donna, I don't know how to get in touch with them. And so I said, let me ask George. So I texted George. I can't get in touch with her, honestly. And she told me, my lawyer, this is her lawyer, if this is about the case, and indiscernible. It's not about the case. I have Mr. Chagrin, indiscernible. Donna, sure, yeah. Harvey, you want me to?
He's worried about you. And I said, I just got over Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know yes. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't. And she told me she's a lawyer that she shouldn't ask.
So Donna just said, I don't know how to get in touch with him. So I said, let me ask George. So I texted George. I can't get in touch with her, honestly. She told me my lawyer. Oh, sorry, I already read that. My bad, I already read that. This part right here. Oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to read. When I said I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know. Oh, because I said, yeah, you never know. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't. And she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. Harvey. Fortunately, Donna, we found out it's not true. Harvey, I asked my Donna, but we just got off the phone. Take off the captions. We just got off the phone with him. Harvey, I asked my attorney. I asked my attorney and he said no. He asked her attorney and her attorney said, Donna Adelson says, I never told her that. Yeah, she doesn't want to talk to you guys.
No.
Y'all blew it.
So I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we know you never.
Harvey says, but I have not consulted that. Again, relaying what the attorney said. Donna says, no. Harvey, I said, I don't want to. Donna, so I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him. And the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? Didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, you weren't up for phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. What are we protecting Wendy about?
Hard to tell him they never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said just.
But then she didn't answer. But then I get another call from Charlie at 2 a.m. at night, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth.
Got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night.
So she says this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Ms. Brotman, yeah. Here's what Wendy says to Donna.
Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there's. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty. I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death.
Looks like she wants to write that in writing just in case, the state tries to go after her or if the jury potentially ever looks at her text messages. It just seems to be set up really oddly,
When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement to Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true, he's never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this document. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. That's what.
So again, Wendy is saying that don't talk about this case anymore. My lawyer says we shouldn't talk about this case. And Donna's like, I'm not trying to talk about the case with you. I'm just trying to tell you that your brother is like asking if you've checked up on him or if you checked up or asked me about him and you haven't done anything. You just kind of like ghosted out. So Donna's just like really upset with Wendy right now.
How are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie's asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to.
She's really upset. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie.
Give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want to get proposed. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery.
So she says, we have a safe here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I'm sorry, but Wendy just doesn't want to deal with you guys because you guys blew it, all right? You guys blew it.
We're going to be gone. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So
She says, I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all of this. So please let us know if you can be of any help, is what she wrote. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about the, Harvey says indiscernible about. Donna says, no. I said, we need some business assistance. Please let us know. Winnie doesn't want to get into that. Winnie doesn't want to help you guys escape to go to Vietnam. Harvey says, I did the same thing. Indiscernible. Told me, indiscernible. Donna says, if not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs immediate replies so I can start asking about other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous again. Nothing. No, idiot. This is why Wendy doesn't want to mess with you guys anymore, because you guys are not smart. You guys are not smart criminals. It's not just like, oh, I'm just booking a trip to Vietnam. No, it's a one-way ticket. You're talking about extradition. Oh, boy. She writes, don't get nervous again. Nothing in capital letters. Nothing about this case. Just would like you to show some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you can understand that has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. There is a case pending against all of you guys. And this is just adjacent to the case.
So when I got George before, he said to him, because I was over there last night, I said, well,
All right, it's hard to hear. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? So when I got George before, I said to him, he says, I was over there last night. And I said, well, I asked Wendy, but I haven't got any word from her. So did she tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charlie all the time. So I said, how are they? Ben is very quiet. He didn't really talk much. He said, Nathan kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home? He's never coming back? And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball, which is fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know, how are they? It's going to be worse when the boys realize, grandma's going to be convicted too. Oh boy. So that's when I said earlier to George, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on my computer. I think just because we're out of it. So he's a computer tech. Miss Brotman. Yeah.
so that's when I said, so to do it, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer, and it just was, we were out of it. So I gave a computer tech person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that is.
He's a computer tech person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business call. He said, so then he texted me just before. I can be there maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said, yes. But if I can get the stuff done, then it's no. Harvey says, I told Rick that we have the safe with the passports and we have, Donna, we have the photos. Harvey, the photos. So Donna, we have to get them downloaded. Every other thing, I don't understand. Thought my daughter could help me with it. We've been looking it up over and over because things change. If there's extradition from Vietnam, because we've looked at all the places, I mean, we can go to Korea, China, but there's no extradition. We're looking for places with no extradition. Harvey said in 15 minutes. Donna, who? Really? Good. Maybe.
Because we've looked at all the places, I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. English. Who? Really? Good. Maybe she knows that. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we go.
All right, so there's someone else that could possibly help them that Harvey said something about someone in 15 minutes. She's like, who? Really? Good. Maybe she knows about, maybe she can look up the extradition if she, before we go. Miss Brotman, indiscernible. Donna, waste our time. Miss Brotman, is she going to tell you that my parents are thinking of leaving the country? Donna, my lawyers told us to do that. Miss Brotman, but if you mention it to Wendy, is Wendy going to tell? Harvey, no, I don't think so. Donna, well, you tell her beforehand, I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Harvey, yeah, I wouldn't tell her then. Because Wendy's going to narc on you guys. Donna, well, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. If the plane crashed, no one's going to know where anything is. Harvey, yeah. Donna, or who belongs to what?
I don't think that's asking too much. Just live 3 hours.
So I like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much.
Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you work? everything. How many times do we have plans that I go cancel?
At this point, how far did Wendy live from her parents again? She doesn't live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you? Ms. Brotman, right. Donna, everything. How many times do we have plans? I really can't. I have to cancel. Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies. Yeah, Wendy used you guys.
Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up.
Here's the thing. If your parents are so insistent in being overly involved in your life, then fucking use them too, okay? Make it a two-way street. You know what? Wendy has free nanny.
Because now when they're older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. That's what's on the...
Ms. Brotman, oh yeah. Donna. And I guess her job is up because now the boys are older and they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. Have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son whose hope seems dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know, Donna. Is it because you tried to murder someone and then it was successful? What do you think, Donna? It's just me. How do you think the children felt when their father was murdered and then had to live with that? How do you think Dan Markel's parents felt when they found out that their only son was murdered? Donna, meanwhile, has 3 children, and one doesn't talk to her anymore because of this case. Another one's incarcerated because of this case. And then the daughter doesn't talk to her because of this case. I think Dan Markel also had a sister, but still, it's hurtful to lose a child, especially if, you know, I mean, Dan Markel was like only what, in his like 40s, early 40s? He still had a whole life ahead of him, right? And then they also miss out on time spent with their grandchildren. But Donna's still here like, me. Me this, me that, me this. This is all based off your actions, Donna. All the shit that you're pulling.
So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. That's one son that I speak with. I have one son who's supposed to be dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to mother and we saw the family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So
This is how good of a show that Donna puts on for her friends. The pretending the I don't get it thing. You know what's up. Harvey says, let's communicate. Donna, indiscernible. V says, Rick, is that better for you to sit at a table than at a chair? This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
Rick is better here to sit at a table than a chair.
Whose phone is going off right now while Donna is crying? Hi, Friday. How are you doing today? Joe, hello, good morning. Happy Friday to everyone. Oh, boy. Harvey says, records cap? Donna, because they put the phone numbers and those emails up under our faces. I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you what we did for our hotel because you need an address to put in the visas. Mrs. Chagrin. All right. Donna, let me just put Rick. Harvey, indiscernible. Donna, indiscernible. Harvey, yeah, but he knows where we are. Mrs. Chagrin, right. Harvey, indiscernible. Mrs. Chagrin, Donna, let me look up. Let's see. Charles, indiscernible. Mrs. Chagrin, I remember this. Donna, we never I thought there was indiscernible. My position, is that any? Mr. Brotman, Miss Brotman, indiscernible. Harvey, indiscernible. Because I just want a place to stay. Mrs. Chagrin, Harvey Adelson. Harvey, where does it tell you what the prices are? Do I have to go on? Okay. Mr. Chagrin. Harvey, who? Mrs. Chagrin. Probably have to go on. I think they're like browsing on like a website right now or something like that, trying to figure out something. Maybe hotels, prices, visas. Donna, can you do it? Miss Brotman, yes. Brotman, Chagrin, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Harvey, which one is it? It's a call that didn't end? Donna says, I guess Charlie was. Oh, no. This is when they realized the phone call never ended. And I wonder if Donna realized it would have been recorded. Dude, Donna looks so upset right now. Donna's like, we're fucked. We're fucked, y'all. I think they do a very long sidebar or something like that. Let's see. How is everyone doing today? You guys have any plans on Friday? That's Phil Markel, by the way. Dan's dad.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Oh, Georgia. Blue looks great on you. It's like a bluish purple.
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay. And what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel plan. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay. And were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai and then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam in fact a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay. And when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right. And did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
I got you guys. That's Donna right there. It's Donna at the airport. Don't you dare touch my phone.
The defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right. And pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay. And did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay. And was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at search warrant, no ma'am.
That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit.
What's on this planner? Did she do a Dear Diary entry like Corey Richards?
Agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are
Yes, they are.
the evidence 142.
Good objection.
No objection.
States on 42 is admitted.
In the 2014 planner,
Why would Dan Rashbaum give this planner to the state attorney? Maybe they thought this was going to be something that was exculpatory for Donna Adelson, but then the state was able to use it in a way that makes her look really bad.
did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle.
Wait. What else is on that
That's Dan
page?
Mar-
Password, social security numbers, Dan Markel's car info.
Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So it could be like connections, like she told them what car to look out for.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, was that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Donna, why did you buy round tickets? They're gonna sidebar. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick and then we'll catch up. Here, have fun looking at Donna.
Members of the jury, before we move into the cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom? No hands have been raised.
We would request a brief recess.
Cheryl says hi. Can you see him?
Fine.
No, you can
Bail
kind of
will take
see
to
his
the
ears. There
jury
you go.
room.
Oh, yeah.
Even
Ignore
though
that.
not requested, please use the restroom at this time.
Hey, Doom. She was cheapening out, man. Cheapening out. I mean, quite honestly, at this point, it didn't really matter if she bought round trip it or one way, but I mean, at least make your story like a little bit believable, you know? So what do you think? You think the jury's over there looking at Donna thinking, man, ma'am, those digital wiretap stuff, that looks really bad. Also, after your son was convicted, why would you buy a one-way ticket to Vietnam and you are very particular about going to a country with no extradition? Consciousness of guilt. Okay, so they're going to take a little breaky. I'm going to go back to law and crime. They take a very long break so we can catch up. George is going to ask a couple more questions and then we'll get into cross-examination.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has days, individual days on it that you can write notes on each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
And that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney,
Correct.
not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. And
Okay.
it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And on that exhibit, states exhibit 142.
Wait, I'm confused. She was pretty clear, wasn't she? She was pretty clear earlier. I mean, she clarified that it was another person that seized it and not him.
Small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14, that's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's correct.
And Donna must hate Georgia so much.
Okay, but in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. It's the note section in the back.
Right. Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
I feel like it was pretty clear. We're doing cross-examination now of the guy who provided all the digital evidence. All right, Jackie. Honestly, Jackie has been doing way better than Mr. Zellman. Mr. Zellman has been quite a disappointment for me. He was doing pretty okay for the free trial stuff. Jackie, however, she's got some fire in her, okay? Some fire. Jackie! What are you guys talking about? You guys had a long sidebar. Or a break. Damn, Jackie, what is she doing? She's moving the whole thing. Don't break it. Girl, don't break it.
For that, I try to approach you, so I'm trying to get in front of it. Good morning.
Good morning.
You've been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them.
Girl, you better not. She said we may replay all the wiretaps.
I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the 21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind,
She rubs you the wrong way, really. I like her so far. You know, it's a good way for her to kind of break the ice and then get the jury to find her to be a little bit more likable. Just having these like little moments of levity.
she writes about it, and she writes a lot
Yeah, I can see Phil right there. He's like, you defending Donna?
about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is? Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay.
The jury heard the entire conversation. I actually thought Georgia was going to play clips of the conversation, but no, she paid the entirety of it just to make sure that nothing would be taken out of context. Also, I wonder if she's going to try to go for, well, Charlie talks a lot. At some point, Donna was just tuning him out and just nodding away. Is that where she's going at?
You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida. Is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck is going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right, he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
Remember, Charlie's defense is that they were being like doubly extorted. If he's being extorted by Katie and also being extorted by the hitman, just look at how chummy he is with Katie. Look at the conversation between him and Katie. You can hear the conversations where everything's fine. They're getting along. He's buying her gifts. At some point, you know, they do get annoyed of each other and he's trying to get her to do this. He's trying to get her to do that. But it doesn't sound like Katie's trying to extort him. It sounds like Katie's genuinely in cahoots with him, trying to figure out who it is who's trying to blackmail Donna.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right, she's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
Because the perception is he wants to make it look like he has everything taken care of, when in fact it was just going down the drain.
All right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
And you were involved in the investigation, I guess it would be the Monday after the homicide, through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markell was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markell was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records, some people's records, phone records, et cetera, that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, et cetera.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markell's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Katherine Magbanwa, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal,
Correct.
okay? And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanwa, right?
I wonder what's Jackie's strategy here, because it's a lot. I don't know. I don't know how she's even, what's she going to do? Like try to make Charlie look really bad, Katie and the hitman and stuff, and then try to make it seem like Donna wasn't really involved. I don't know, man. It's like the wiretaps are so bad.
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson, who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanwa, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case,
Okay.
correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay.
of his wiretap
Okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Jesus.
And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court.
Yes.
And the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge.
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond reasonable doubt. Not beyond reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it. Yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay.
Beyond a reasonable doubt is for the jury.
Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendy that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendy potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even
Yes.
suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am. I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am. We do not believe that.
Okay. And you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym, and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay. I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
Maybe this is a slow roll, but are we going to get into the wiretap stuff? She's got to rebut the wiretap stuff, ma'am.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. He was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911.
Why are we recapping everything? I guess to refresh the jury's mind, but like, can we just get into it? Oh man, do we have a strategy here? What's the context? So Donna Adelson's on trial for the conspiracy to murder her former son-in-law. She wanted her daughter and the 2 grandchildren to move from Tallahassee to South Florida. So her, through her son, through the hitman, through the woman that the son was dating, and then through her baby daddy, they went to go kill Dan Markel. He was in his 40s. He had 3 young kids, ages 3 and 5 years old. That was 11 years ago. Now they're going after her and prosecuting her.
But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
If anyone has any thoughts on maybe Jackie's strategy, can you guys share with me? Where do you think she's going with this?
But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really testify to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendy Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he Detective Investigator Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
Yes,
Isom comes in and speaks to her son, right?
correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Maybe just have the other witness do this portion of the testimony then, and you just address the wiretaps. Corky, this is a mid-season recap. She's doing us a favor. All right. For those of you guys who weren't paying attention, all right. Or if you guys are new here.
Wendy Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give the first names, okay? Wendy Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel, and she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendy started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera, we definitely did then.
Okay. And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes, ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect, no ma'am.
No, not a person of interest.
Maybe a person of interest, yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect, the suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay.
Is Jackie going to pull up his work history? Actually, sir, here are a list of mistakes that you made in the past. No?
All right.
Jackie?
So,
No?
not just TPD and not just you with the FBI. There were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You was the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation of this
Later
case?
on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted. Yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
Yeah.
different
My only guess as to the strategy is to put the jury's mind that Donna was secondary to planning and everyone else did more work. Okay, more of the legwork. Okay.
agencies would assist when we needed help. Yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There's several that assisted.
There
Yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us. Yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markell has been gone for, is my math right, 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include...
It's a kind of a weird statement to say. We're alive, right? And Dan Markell's been gone for like 11 years. I don't know. That's kind of a weird statement. It's like, way to rub it in. Jeez, Jackie.
a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded
And
calls.
when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Katherine Magbanwa.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo.
Trying to wake up the jury from their comas due to yesterday's phone call session. I think our aim is just because evidence exists doesn't mean it demonstrates guilt.
Was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones, we went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanwa, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markell was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, all their phone, it's their phone records, there's no content, is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those
Which recorded calls?
for the bump?
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's
No, his face isn't stone cold. He's got a very warmth to it. He's got a lot of warmth to his face. He has like these little micro smiles that he does. It's not just like, "Pew."
that officer
Stoic.
who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m., and it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th. You know, you got the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am. I see it. 50 minutes long. Yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual. I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay. But most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
I know, I got a crush on Jackie.
Wrong just because I get things wrong.
We
So
all
I'm
do.
not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember. Is it Jeffrey Lacasse, or something?
Ma'am, he testified. He said his name. Were you not listening? Or is she still trying to be likable to the jury?
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacasse.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him. So
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
at some point, I'm sure he was.
Okay. Wendy Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that.
She doesn't say that straight up, but she does mention that she was with Jeff, and then it was at the point where the friend came in to talk about it too, and how they just broken up or something like that. Like, I don't remember. This was a long time ago, but Jeff's name was mentioned, and they were kind of asking about him.
Does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get into it later. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacasse.
I don't.
That's okay. We'll
Sorry.
play it.
Yeah, the friend. Okay. But here's the thing. I think Wendy did a really good job at planting seeds everywhere. Just like how she was planting a seed to her brother, like, hey, I have this secret boyfriend that I'm dating that mom and dad doesn't know about. When in fact, Jeff has met the family many times.
How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No.
Less than 50?
Less than 50.
25?
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful.
He probably plays good cop, huh?
There was a call, RR, and that's there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary it's going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Katherine Magbanwa and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but you remember that call?
I do.
The
And
coconut
at that
breasts?
time, Katherine Magbanwa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person
What is the jury supposed to make of that?
or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did. Yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So again, when Charlie says, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, you'll still get your checks," Donna's trying to say that she had nothing to do with the checks except that she was told by Charlie to write them. She signed every one of them, all 50-something checks. I don't know if the jury's going to remember that though, but maybe.
Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD wasn't responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts
Okay.
monitoring the calls
And they
live.
did, live. They did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
they-
I don't remember. I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day.
years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Magbanwa and Charlie Adelson.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or investigator Ison would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida
Okay.
during a lot of the wire. I
Okay.
would go in there and review calls because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, when you say marked permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and Isom and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent,
Am I checking out the Fraser bomb case, Corgi? Oh, I don't know what that is. What is that about? 0 points scored so far with Jackie?
printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and Isom and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually we get left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you,
I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
including the individuals who went in and did the recordings? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were reported.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I mean, I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I'd already been close to Mr. Adelson and Mrs. Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said
He also looks like a Fed.
you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was.
No.
Oh, the idiot kid in Malibu that hit on a live four sorority girls in his car. Is that the one where he hired Jackson, Alan Jackson, as a attorney?
Ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if that's the correct one, the only thing that I've heard about that. Amy, thanks. Amy, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for being you. Oh, thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a lovely, happy Friday, and thank you so much for your support. You didn't have to, but thank you. His attorney is Alan Jackson. Yeah, so I think the defense that Alan Jackson's gonna go with is that the kid was running away from like a road rage or something like that, and that's why he was driving fast. We'll see. That's all I've heard about so far. But I'll keep an eye on it.
And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. I think that if you don't recall it, we'll
We
talk about that from somebody else.
We
Yes, sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a weapon.
You didn't have
to
the weapon,
compare.
right?
To
But
compare.
you can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the
You
same
could.
weapon. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym.
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this
The
investigation?
whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare,
Right.
and when he was driving to the gym,
Okay.
we had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
And you referred to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. And that's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more,
Probably more. Okay.
possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee. They stopped at the bank in the ATM.
Right.
I got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right.
Um,
Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
the ones, which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted?
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
anytime?
Anytime before that.
Yes. Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanwa, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to...
And we also did some surveillance on Katherine Magbanwa when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that
Okay.
week prior. And that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
Mufasa is so confused on the point the defense is trying to make here. I think there's like little micro points here and there as she's going through the timeline and the involvement of this FBI agent. The one that really stands out to me is Charlie writing the checks to Katie. And I guess showing that Charlie and Katie are close because Charlie was casually talking about Katie's boobies and how Katie's ribcage is the code to Charlie's garage code.
Check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
Well, he gave her the check that day.
Okay.
Correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee
Let me do some poking around. Give me a second.
on bus cameras. Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD.
was
TPD did
using
a great
the-
job. They
yeah.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
Yeah. The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life, so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct the bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markell's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were...
All right, so it seems like a lot of people kind of have the same thoughts that we are having right now about Attorney Jackie. I think people are thinking that she's filibustering, she's just killing time, that she's just kind of just rehashing everything out again, and everyone's just waiting for the major point for her to make. Rain, hello. Hey here, DNA. How's it going? How are you doing today?
Covered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part.
No, ma'am.
But you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was. I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance
12 years for the federal case, and then this one's like 18 years. You think he's going to get on good behavior?
was taking you places, explaining things. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon. Was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in a river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did
yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to
Whose probable cause was leaked?
what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Secretary Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes ma'am. And that's not the press conference though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and
Okay.
obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Jackie!
Now, from the time that
Anyone ever watch Jackie Chan Adventures growing up? Jackie! Jackie!
Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist.
I don't know either.
Whatever, he was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists,
He
correct?
did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices. Is
Okay.
what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During the appointment sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel,
I guess like Jackie wants to come off as someone who's like very like chill, relaxed, and laid back. Like, oh, I don't know the details on this. I don't know the details on that. I don't know if that's really a good look though.
was murdered until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the
I
United
think a little bit is okay, but just a little bit.
States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does.
I love mine
But-
hunters.
Well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah,
re-ask that
sure. I
question?
mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, all of these calls that have been played here today,
Me too. I love mine hunters. Apparently, the budget for mine hunters was becoming a little too crazy and explosive.
they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces. Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that.
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
Okay? And on these calls,
Sorry, what'd she say?
buddy, you don't know anything, you considered that.
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
Okay?
We considered it, but everything else says otherwise. So again, when Charlie's like, you don't know anything, you don't know anything. Well, Charlie said a lot of BS on there.
And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone, and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation?
Do you have evidence?
Okay. Do I have evidence?
When I was younger, I thought voice acting would be really cool. But if you guys ever see like real talented voice actors, their range is crazy. They don't just do one voice. They do like a bunch of different voices, okay? Like teenagers, adults, male, female, boy, girls. Their range is wild. Like the talent is, they got real talent there.
No.
Now, Katherine Magbanwa well, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera,
Thanks.
after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
Sorry.
well after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that. Yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay,
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Katherine Magbanwa has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we got the first three.
We lost Mindhunter, so Stranger Things could limp jog to mediocrity. I don't know if I finished the last season of Stranger Things. Did I? What happened in the last season of Stranger Things again? I like Stranger Things just because I like the nostalgia of like the 70s, 80s vibes. But other than that, the story was just like kind of like whatever. I wasn't really too much into it. Wasn't the most recent one was when... I don't remember. I don't know if I even watched the latest season.
Life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to
I have so much respect for voice acting talent. They deserve so much praise and what they get. Yeah, and it's actually really sad how a lot of animated movies now are just using celebrities for voice acting instead of using like the people that actually do voice acting as a profession. You guys ever watch this video of, it's on YouTube, it's actually pretty cool, about the TV show? Not The Boys, the animated one about superheroes, and it's like really gory, but it's really good. Oh, what's it called again? Oh, Invincible. So Invincible is one of those shows where if you're watching on Amazon, if you pause it randomly, you're gonna be like, wait, the celebrity is voicing this guy right now? Wait, what the fuck? And they're getting celebrities to voice roles that are just, I don't know, like a 5-second cameo or something, or like a very like inconsequential villain. I don't know. There's a video that someone did on YouTube that I thought it was really good. So it kind of sucks for the people that do voice acting as a profession because they're getting replaced by all these celebrities that just do their voice. But I mean, some celebrity voice is pretty cool. Like sometimes you have a guest star and stuff like that. Like that's kind of cool. I don't mind that. But yeah, with Invincible, I just don't understand. We don't need all these celebrities in there.
Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
Oh yeah, Chris Pratt was Mario. I forgot about that. I'm glad that Netflix made 3 movies about kissing booths, but no money for Mindhunters.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Katherine Magbanwa after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay.
Oh, she's trying to go with the angle that Katie could be lying. But no, they had stuff to corroborate with Katie's proffer. Hey, Sarah, welcome. Hello, hello. Celebrities are realizing there's more money there for the taking. There's less work than a full production. Like, don't get me wrong. I like Steven Yeun as the Invincible guy. I like him as for that voice. But just like for little tiny roles like that, I just don't understand why does it have to be so celebrity packed.
And when she gives these 2 proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right. So when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I misunderstood what you said about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast, but the court reporter can only get one of us, so I apologize for that. It's not...
She about to break this. She about to break this. Okay, Jackie, leave it alone.
intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
Okay.
she basically, when she testifies in those first two trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
She
what
lied in the first two trials.
She lied. Straight up.
Yes, William Dafoe. Yes, I really like William Dafoe. My least favorite celebrity that every time when I realize that they're in a movie, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't really want to listen to their voice. Unfortunately, Awkwafina. And I know, you should be supporting other Asian people and stuff like that, and Asian people don't really have a role in Hollywood, but still, like Awkwafina, I just can't. When she does like the voice acting for the animated stuff, I'm just like, oh gosh. But I will say this though, I'm glad that she's taking on different movie types, not just being like the comedic relief in movies and animated stuff. She was in this like pretty serious movie where it's about like the grandmother was dying and no one wants to tell her. And then she did an episode in Black Mirror where her role was a little more serious. So I'm like, okay, maybe she's like doing different things now. I don't know if like in voice acting, if she just wanted to keep playing her obnoxious self, or if she's getting hired for these voice acting roles and then the directors are like, sorry, we just want you to be the annoying person. I don't know. But whenever I see her in the movie poster in an animated movie, I'm just like, ugh, I can't.
Correct.
And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
That movie was
She's
good.
not being fully forthcoming,
Okay.
is the way I describe it.
All right, and you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, investigator, state attorney's office, and Sherry Bennett with Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out and done with her.
Well, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer.
Correct.
Right? And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay? And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
Her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were two trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first two trials. Absolutely.
Okay? And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer,
Correct.
and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then,
Well, I know where she's going at with right now. Before I was like, I don't know, man. She was just asking. I don't know. She was just going through everything. Right now, she's just basically trying to say that Katie's not trustable. You can't trust what Katie testified to. But Katie's a very tiny picture of this whole thing against Donna right now. Her testimony, yeah, was bad. But all the wires, all the other stuff already showed just how involved Katie was.
she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury.
We'll just get that information from a different witness.
May I have just one moment? I left something on my table.
Take as long as you want, Jackie.
There was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right. I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday, and at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. And he checked again Monday. He's the same one.
Do we know who was in charge of the finances for the clinic? Donna. Now, when Harvey sold the clinic to Charlie, I don't really know, but Donna was running the Adelson Dental Institute for like, what, 30 plus years?
That checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased, and he called me Monday morning and said he checked again.
But I think Donna was running the practice with Harvey during the time that Dan Markel was murdered, because she was complaining to Charlie saying, well, you know, I have to travel back and forth and we're losing out money at the clinic because I have to travel. Your dad has to travel to come help you, to come see you. So you just need to move down here.
And saw there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay, and you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's...
Yep, especially if you own the practice and that's part of your profits right there.
booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do, yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not
investigate
sure.
that?
I didn't investigate that, no.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall.
was. It could have been that morning. It could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah. And they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it. And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believe at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
get involved?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
Sorry about that, guys.
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am. That's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
Jackie saw the chat. She's like, "Oh man, they're falling asleep. Don't worry. Let me amp it up a little bit. Let me get a little bit spicy."
I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
Correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Katherine Magbanwa who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the
I guess they're trying to say that no warrant before, because you just didn't think she was a part of it. You were really focusing on everyone else.
time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who called? Oh my gosh, who narked on them? Was it Wendy?
Sorry, I thought you knew that.
She said, oh, I thought you knew that.
In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You always considered that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant. And they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's that?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made a decision or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6.
6?
6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop and get gas?
Definitely.
Maybe something to eat?
Possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir.
Went to the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went?
It is.
Okay. And when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
Look at Georgia.
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant?
That they were going to try and get one. What that decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant? Did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock.
When they obtained it or when they decided?
When they decided.
Okay.
Jackie Celsius finally kicked in.
So at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant. That was the decision I thought at that point.
Okay. Around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there.
No.
And they noticed someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
Oh, so there was a phone communication?
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay. All right. So he says we decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I'd been speaking with.
So
who worked there.
An agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
This is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told her.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just the Miami, I believe it's Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him, the other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs Enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Just 1 second, please.
Come on, Zelman, give her something good.
At the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
I think a long sidebar after this, right? It's a long sidebar. There's one that's like a really long sidebar. So Jackie's trying to show that Donna was free to travel if she wanted to. Her buying a ticket, a one-way ticket to Vietnam, what's the big fucking deal? She was free to travel. However, on that fucking phone call, no extradition, no extradition, no extradition. One-way ticket, one-way ticket, one-way ticket.
Okay, might have lost my train of thought. May I approach the witness room?
Jackie lost her train of thought.
Document before.
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese,
I would say Jackie is like Elaine's competent sister.
as you may,
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese.
Don't get me wrong.
language.
I still like Attorney Jackie. Okay. Would I have her representing me? No, not right now. Not at this point. But I still like her.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it's until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because
For those of you guys who watched Charlie Adelson's trial, did Dan Rashbaum do a lot better? Because now I'm kind of curious to see what Dan Rashbaum cross-examined after the wiretaps. I want to know how things were done differently.
it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right?
Yep. Tourism.
If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay, so it was
Tourism.
for
Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
Top. Good for single/multiple entry. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach? What did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself.
Wow. So she's focusing a lot on Vietnam right now. She sort of talked about the phone calls, but very little focus on the phone calls. Just that Charlie would call the mom and say, you don't know anything, and that Charlie would be the one that calls the mom. Not a lot of phone call, wiretap cross-examination. Maybe we'll go back to the wiretaps.
Probably there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave.
I believe so.
Okay.
Why does
And
it
you knew what
matter?
Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point you saw them.
Correct.
Okay.
I bet you maybe they had to wait until Donna was like really about to board the airplane, because if they arrested Donna as she was like parking into the airport parking lot, Donna's defense team would have been like, well, just because she showed up to the airport, it didn't mean she was actually intending on flying out. She was just going to go to the airport. Oh, she had her luggage with her? Yeah, well, she was debating on whether or not she wanted to fly or not. I don't know.
I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together?
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like, you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are like different concourses, right?
There's a terminal. It
Terminal.
was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there is
about that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores, so it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and
Sure.
magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay. Did you see them?
I did.
Okay. And when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean,
seated or standing, one of the two. But they
Does it matter?
They were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay. The flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So you were there for a couple of hours, and the warrant's issued, correct?
No, I didn't.
Here's the thing. Jackie was like, damn, man, Corky-san was complaining about how my cross-examinations are short. All right, let me drag it out. Let me drag it out.
I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to. By the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun, belt, and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been
Absolutely.
able to see?
Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating, maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall of them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay.
As I what? While I weed eat at my fourth job? What does the weed eat mean?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there before we got there.
Okay.
There's only like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that
I
what
believe
you-
so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, sections, whatever, you can board the flight, old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that
Sure.
fair to say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point,
You guys ever seen the Key and Peele skit where they're talking about the flight boarding and how every group is called before you are?
Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scanned it, maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors. And it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay. And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway.
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off and after they're through the jetway by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them,
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating where
Right.
they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. And then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people go into the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side,
Why are we talking about this?
away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
People are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
And in your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
Right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay.
Well, I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
Okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she gave you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you.
And she did try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hands.
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay. You got the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay. I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
Oh, they're taking a little mini break. Okay. Jeez. Okay, we're almost there, y'all. We're almost there. Just a few more minutes. You spin me right
Application
round. Why is it in your
Conspirator
head?
Garcia.
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie Magbanwa has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanwa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie Magbanwa and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did she say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
That's it, Jackie. Oh my goodness. Jackie! Jackie!
Talk about the state.
That's it?
Didn't have any direct evidence. Did you have?
I guess like for her to go through the wiretaps, each one line by line, or like some of the most important ones, maybe would have been too tedious for her and too tiring.
Any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
It's up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient.
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally?
George was like, that was my decision, wasn't it?
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked
Oh, Georgia with the clapback.
an arrest of Donna Adelson.
Personally?
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your
Hold
opinion,
on.
weren't you?
Sustain, Ms. Copeland.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
No, it was not.
Okay. You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2
So Georgia was she was a Tallahassee judge. Do you think, sorry, not Georgia, Jackie was a Tallahassee judge. Do you think Georgia ever was an attorney in Jackie's courtroom? I wonder how far do they go back?
2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
Another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Katherine Magbanwa. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
What?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the text and so forth, right?
It's all explain everything, yes.
It's not typically going to be send an I love you text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay, and the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked.
Excuse me. Whoa.
Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay, and since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Katherine Magbanwa, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes.
Oh, I forgot how bad Charlie's convoluted explanation was about this double extortion. Thank you, Sarah.
So January 14th
Thanks,
at
guys.
10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
All right,
Oh,
bar
sorry.
mitzvah.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
At least
This
bar,
would have been
bar
2023, I
mitzvah.
believe.
Well,
No, I can't see it. Sorry.
what? She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
Okay. She didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing. The calls. You were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's words.
Oh, is this the bar mitzvah that? Oh, I think this is the bar mitzvah where Wendy spoke at, and people clipped it for the internet, and then they were also commenting on her attire. It was like a very sexy outfit or something.
Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
Right. I mean, that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
All right, one moment, please.
Oh,
Nothing further.
Agent Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you. Georgia knows everyone's just like, oh God, this is a rough one, man.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be
Very straight
recalled
to the
by the
point.
party?
Potentially, Josh.
We going to break after this? Okay, we going to break after this.
Members of the jury, we're going to get good.
Potentially, Josh.
You better run while I'm getting good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. We will seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in.
She's going to testify
Please
today?
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning the listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense. You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
Who are the Bernhardts? Bernhardts. Jailhouse informants? I don't know. Donna consents to this strategy. Oh, what is Donna plotting? I think Donna probably, she has to feel like she's kind of fucked. But maybe they got something really good up their sleeves from the defense team.
Have our lunch break as well. We'll continue with the plans. Into two witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial Tuesday, and that the state's case will need to escalate plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses.
Oh, okay. I thought Georgia said she was going to be done yesterday at the end of the day. It seems like they're going to extend to another day. Monday's a holiday.
The defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, representative 140.
Thank you.
Okay, well, the judge had Donna swear, and she consents to the strategy that the defense is going to employ, whatever it is, when the next two witnesses testify. Patricia and something Bernhardt. The state, if they don't finish today, they're going to extend to Tuesday because Monday's a holiday. Defense says their first witness is going to be someone that's flying from the West Coast, so I guess not Donna. Yeah, I guess there's some strategy that I don't know what the strategy is. That's kind of interesting. That's really intriguing. I wonder what it is. All right, well, I'm going to take my lunch break. I will see you guys. I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. If you guys are not caught up with the trial so far, we have recaps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all those days, and the Wiretap recap I think was really funny. But yeah, go check it out. Check out the recap. Go to my YouTube channel, and I'll see you guys in about 30, 40 minutes. Quite honestly, the wiretaps looked really, really bad for Donna Adelson. It showed how she would talk to Charlie, Charlie would talk to her, and then Charlie would go back to Katie, Katie would go back to the hitman. It's connected. They're connected. It shows just how Donna was worried about how everything was going down. Donna didn't go to law enforcement when she's blackmailed. Donna wasn't like, Charlie, like, I don't understand what this is. Why would he give me an article of Dan Markel? You know, it was just kind of like, it involves the two of us. Using the 7 days voice. So Donna looks really bad. Honestly, I wasn't really sure how the defense team was going to cure that in cross-examination. Instead, Attorney Jackie just recaps everything that just happens to Dan, the hitman following him, Dan being shot, Wendy being at the lunch, how everyone was arrested. She did talk about, you know, whether or not he's made mistakes before. And he's like, I have made mistakes. But he was like, oh, I haven't made a mistake about, you know, the suspect. Maybe like on like, you know, maybe like someone that was like, you know, a lead or something. I don't know. Honestly, I guess she talks about how Katie and Charlie were closer to each other. And then Charlie was the one that was making sure Katie was going to get the checks. But I think the jury is going to be able to see clearly that Charlie and Katie was a buffer that Donna used. So she wouldn't get her hands too dirty, you know? Let Charlie do the work. Let Katie do the work. That's what everyone was trying to do. The calls look really bad. She spent a lot of time with the Vietnam stuff. Again, it's like, well, you know, Donna was free to travel. Just because she traveled to Vietnam, it doesn't mean anything. Well, here's the thing. It was a one-way ticket. She's caught on the phone talking about extradition. And because it was a one-way ticket, she never booked a flight back for a bar mitzvah. And you know how Donna is very involved into her grandchildren's lives. She wouldn't book a flight back to make it back to a bar mitzvah. It's because she wasn't planning on coming back. It looks really bad. They mentioned that it was a 90-day visa, that, you know, Donna was going to come back. Okay, but, you know, the return flight was never ever booked. In redirect, it was a little bit spicy between Georgia and Attorney Jackie, just for a second there. Just for a second. And Georgia, I think, was trying to just keep on steamrolling. And the judge was like, excuse me, I need to put my ruling in first, Georgia. And honestly, I think Georgia does a really good job of just going boom, 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 without just kind of just like feeling like it's wasting the jurors' time. She doesn't drag it out. She just goes straight for the point. So I don't know if that's going to be good for the jury, though, because for me, that's how I like the style of attorneys, you know, just going straight to the point. But I think for some people out there, it's good to kind of have everything really slowed down so you can really get all the details in. And it's good to have things to be repeated in case you miss something the first time or the second time. And sometimes it takes people a little bit more time to process what's going on, especially with this very complex scheme. So I don't know if this is going to be good for the jury. I feel like if you're a little bit older, you kind of want things to be a little more slowed down. And I'm so used to listening to trial stuff, so I always want things to be straight to the point. Also, we also have a lot of background knowledge about this case. If I was listening to this for the first time new, I probably wanted to go a lot slower too, maybe. So I hope it works out for Georgia. I really do. All right. Well, let's have our lunch break. I will see you guys in, well, no, I guess it's 25 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. All right. Little lunch breaky. And this time I will make sure I don't actually close my YouTube. All right, guys. Be back. Enjoy Donna's face. All right, guys, it seems like they're starting back up. Give me a second. Wow, it is hot in my room. How are you all doing today? How was your break? Did you guys get some lunch? Get some breakfast? Maybe dinner if you're in a way different time zone than I am. All right, y'all, let's do this. So we are done, it seems, with witness number 22, Patrick Sanford from FBI. He went through all the wiretaps yesterday. Today, there was a recorder call between Donna and Donna's friends and Harvey, where Donna was talking about buying a ticket to Vietnam, no extradition. Donna's upset about Wendy. Wendy wants to have nothing to do with her family members. And then cross-examination, honestly, I thought there was going to be some fireworks, but it was just kind of like, meh. I don't know if maybe this defense team being on this case for less than a year has really hurt in their preparation. I feel like there were some times where I felt like they weren't very well prepped. Things were taking a little bit. Maybe they're taking on a lot of other cases as well. But yeah, I don't know. Just not a lot of jaw-dropping moments from the defense team, really. And the wires were really, really important. They really needed to step it up. I went on social media to see what other people's thoughts were of this defense team, and it seems like it's kind of in line with other people. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything that I was missing. But if you guys have any other thoughts about this defense team, please feel free to share it. Always very open to hear to other people's thoughts on stuff like this. All right, y'all. They're all back. Let's get started. Hey, Rhea. What's up? How are you doing today? How's it going? Happy Friday, y'all. Before the lunch break, though, the judge did have Donna stand up and consent to the strategy of the defense team for the next two witnesses. So I don't know if they're going to be the next two witnesses that testify today or the two witnesses that would testify later on. Also, for scheduling matters, state says that they should be done end of today. If not, they might carry on to Tuesday. Remember, Monday's a holiday. And then the defense said their first witness was going to be someone from the West Coast out of state. I wonder who that person's going to be. All right, let's get started. Who is this? Jonathan Grossman works with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. Oh, is he the one that arrested Donna? Are we going to see his body cam of Donna in Miami? Where are we at? Right around here. Okay. Detective Grossman. Come on up.
Please raise your right hand, Detective. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Is that from Harry
Say your
Potter?
name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
How are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127 Brickell Avenue, apartment 1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
That's a celebrity condominium, right? The one with A-Rod living there, high security and stuff like that? Or, oh no, was that back in 2014? It was back in 2014.
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm going to show you some of those, which I've marked as 140.
Oh, we get to see the
143
residence.
through 163.
Oh, this must be nice. It's like a it's a beachfront condo. Beachfront property. Oh yeah, this looks really nice. 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath, stunning views of Biscayne Bay from every room.
Just take a moment to look through those.
Sometimes I miss living in a city, but sometimes I don't. Like high rises were cool, but then you kind of just get over it. The funny thing is, when you live in a high rise, you want to be higher up because you want to stay away from the street level because street level is usually really loud. But not in LA. The higher you are, the closer you are to the helicopter sounds, and those are fucking loud. And there's always like, you know, the police helicopters. There's always the news helicopters chasing after the high-speed car chases and the crazy people.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that?
All right, so we're gonna look at Donna's apartment or condo.
Did you observe some luggage there in the residence? I guess toward the entryway.
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147.
Whose luggage is this?
Lights won't focus for us.
All right, we're focusing.
It'd be better when it's zoomed in.
No, zoom it out. Zoom it out.
States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Yes.
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, these must be the luggage that Harvey brought back when Donna was arrested. Is it a pain in the ass to get your luggage back from the
150.
airline company
As
when you're
part
about
of
to
the search
board?
warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Interview. Did you also take possession of some visas? Publishing States 149 Vietnam visas?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Approach and show you what's been marked as States 129 and 130.
Oh, there's a picture of the grandparents with their boys.
The visas that received.
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson, and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor. Publishing States Exhibit 146. This planner, is this how it was? Open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
She didn't burn her planner?
Approaching with States 59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see this picture on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you compounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 59.
Objection.
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't doing it in 59A, sir. Show me that now.
I don't know if this is true or not, but Surviving the Survivor tweeted, just heard the court started late today because defense attorney Jackie Fulford accidentally took a sleeping pill. She had to walk it off. Bonkers. She was free falling. Like, what? What the hell?
The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified and 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate?
This is a tweet. Where'd it go? Oh no. This is Surviving the Survivor podcast again. Hashtag Donna Adelson, a lonely existence right now for Harvey Adelson. Oh, is he just sitting there eating lunch by himself? Damn. It's kind of sad. Kind of sad. Oh, this is the tweet I was telling you guys about. Jackie! Just heard court started today because defense attorney actually took a sleeping coach and walk it off bonkers. She was free falling. Go follow them on their tweets. They always got some good stuff going on. Oh boy. Where are we at? Okay, here.
Copies of pages from 59.
How do you actually take a
From what it
sleeping
appears.
pill?
This time I'd ask you to evidence 59A.
Any objection?
Mix it up with Advil?
59A is admitted.
Wouldn't be surprised if she had a headache from this trial shit.
States 143. Was this note present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
An M11 gun to be sold. Priorities, y'all. I wonder how much this is worth then.
Found on the floor.
Information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Get that money.
Yeah, you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure. November 14th, 2023.
Jackie! Here comes Jackie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You came all the way from Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverdi, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay.
Hello.
And,
Hi, AJ.
you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge of
Yeah, our team. I was the affiant on the warrant, and our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist, and we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Maybe, yeah, she's probably just going to go through everything that he did that day, what he was wearing, who was he was with. I don't know. Just to make it look like she's doing something. I don't know, man.
Okay.
Yeah, she said, sorry you had to come out from Miami. I think it's meant as like, oh, sorry you had to travel so far. Not that like, oh, sorry you had to leave Miami and come to the shithole Tallahassee.
And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm just going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not. Okay. All right. Let me see here just a second.
Jackie,
Did you
wait.
make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc., if it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, etc., etc.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say, as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the State's, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And on 160, does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old. See that little light?
It's kind of funny. Hold on. I just want to show you some random tweets really quick. Runkle, this trial brought to you by the Tourism Department of Vietnam. Come for the non-extradition, stay for the delicious food and cultural enrichment. Everyone's face right now. I feel like he kept making this face. I thought it was so funny. All right, going back. Jackie!
Light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there on the...
Okay. Did you all, excuse me, do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No.
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe, no.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so, yes.
And what time did you say you left?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
What time we left? It might have been 3-something.
3-something? So you were
Okay, last one. By Jay. And when you got to the terminal, you walked using your feet. And when you were breathing, I think they call it oxygen. And there were machines with wings that people were waiting to get on. Oh my God.
were there at least a couple of hours.
I had to share them with you guys.
By the time I believe we
funny.
executed the warrant around 2:23 maybe, 2:20 p.m. So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought. When
She's
you
always
went and
losing her
executed
train of thought. Girl.
the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please.
Wait a second. This one's too good. Hashtag Donna Adelson. This is Surviving the Survivor podcast. Are Donna headphones on backwards? New fashion style? This is how we know Donna's lying. Look, one headphone is flipped the other way. It's not even the correct orientation. I thought he meant wearing it backwards, like just like flipping it this way, but no, it's flipped inside out like this. Oh, you can't make this shit up. I'll retweet this one. All right, Jackie, where are we at?
One of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect. You may step down, detective. Will you recall?
No, sir.
You are released, sir. Thank you. Please call your next witness.
They call Patricia Bird.
Patricia Bird. Oh, this is one of the witnesses that Donna had to agree to the way the defense was going to do things, I guess. Witness number 24, I think. I hope my numbers are correct, man. All right. Is this the jailhouse informant?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Say with Brandon if you can adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Bird.
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A. Bird, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you
Damn, violating probation? Jeez.
were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
Yes.
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
Yes. I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case?
Yes.
That you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
Yes.
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
Yes.
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
Yes.
Have you received any
Missed opportunity. Is this a photo of the washing machine you put the money into? Let her ask that for Donna in direct examination.
offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's an open bay, where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together.
Yes.
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women.
Yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right, and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes.
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the
They changed her headphones. Did they change her headphones because she kept embarrassing herself?
pod?
Yes.
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina Bernhardt.
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
Yes.
Were you and Drina the closest?
Yes.
To her, I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay, so she said she did do it, and she did it to keep her grandkids,
Yes.
but she didn't expect it to go this far.
Yes.
Wow.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Katherine Magbanwa?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Katherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
Was that several years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with Magbanwa for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with Magbanwa?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with Magbanwa, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that Magbanwa told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Hold on a second. Oh, this is what Donna wanted her to testify about. Jeez. They're getting Donna from all the angles, man. Just because Donna didn't say, I want to kill Dan Markel. Let's take a hit on Dan Markel. Everything else surrounding her looks really bad.
Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that Magbanwa told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Wow.
Who did she want you to...
Donna just can't stay out of trouble, can she? She just keeps digging herself in a bigger and bigger hole.
tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay.
So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land?
Yes.
And
Oh, and then she said train. I was like, what does that mean? Okay, a trailer.
that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
Now, was any of that true as far as did Magbanwa ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary.
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
And
you...
noodles and stuff like that.
Okay.
I love
But
noodles.
it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Okay, so for those of you guys who are new to this case, in pretrial stuff, Donna testified to the judge, crying, talking about what an awful time she was having in jail, how she was being bullied by other women. It's possible that the two things could still be true, but I mean, it seems like Donna had some friends there. Donna said that this woman was bullying her, twisted her arm, and was like, "You're gonna give me canteen from now on. Otherwise, you're going down," or something. Like they were gonna beat her up or something like that. And Donna was like crying, like, "Oh my God, it hurt. She twisted my arm. It hurt. I was so scared of her." And then she tells Harvey to up the canteen a little bit and send these packages just so she can give to this woman. I think it was all a scheme for Donna to try to get out of the jail and for her to be, be jailed at home. What do they call that again? I forgot the term for it. Oh boy, Donna. And so what they did with Donna was they put her in solitary confinement when they found out that Donna, said that this thing was happening. And I don't think Donna was happy in solitary because Donna realized that it was like, solitary kind of sucks. I'm just here by myself. Now I feel like I'm getting punished when I'm being bullied. Oh man, Donna, she was playing it up, man. She was crying on the stand. She was like shaking visibly, and then she would turn it off. Then she would cry, she would shake, and then turn it off. Like Donna's a good actress. When she testifies on the stand, I won't be surprised if there were some jurors on there that feel like Donna's telling the truth because she's really good at it. I would say she's pretty top tier when it comes to the whole acting thing. I don't know, in my opinion. We'll see how she does in directing and cross-examination, but from what I've seen so far, she's pretty good.
Now,
who is this woman? This woman was incarcerated with Donna for about 6 to 7 months. Donna was trying to get her to say that, hey, you were housed with Katie, right? Like a couple years ago. She's like, yeah. She's like, okay, well, I want you to tell the investigators that this is what Katie told you. That that Katie said, when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend, Charlie, had money. So again, that goes into the whole extortion thing that Charlie was claiming at his trial. Not only that, apparently Donna said that she did it to keep her grandkids and she didn't expect to go this far. I think when Donna says didn't expect to go this far, I think it means she didn't expect for her and the family and everyone to get caught. Not that she didn't expect for Dan Markell to die. My opinion. All right, let's continue.
Now, did you ever speak to her
She's Wendy's replacement.
attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Magbanwa said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay. But that Donna Adelson wanted you.
All right, okay, let me go back a little.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Magbanwa said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay. But that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
They spoke to Lindsay Bennett and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhardt?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah. Did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
They did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
just a second.
Wow. Cross-examine better be good. Come on, defense team.
Cross-examination.
Wake it up. All right, Mr. Zellman's doing cross-examination. Wow, that looks so bad for Donna. She wasn't promised anything by the state, by the way. Not offered anything in exchange for this testimony. Oh boy. All right, cross-examination. Let's see how Mr. Zellman does. Mr. Zellman!
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay.
All right, he's gonna go for the memory thing. Say that she has a bad memory. She's not reliable. I think he's pulling up his transcript right now. Mr. Zellman. Did you not have it up already? Jeez, what's going on, Mr. Zellman?
And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
And to the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male.
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator.
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer.
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss Magbanwa was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that, in fact, Miss Magbanwa was manipulative?
I did.
Is that true?
It is.
Now, you testified.
I guess he thinks he's trying to help the defense because Katie's manipulative and he knows how to manipulate Charlie, I guess.
You testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanwa?
Oh, come on.
Not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Oh gosh, you're saying that the reference was just writing the checks, not getting Dan Markel murdered? Dream, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the cup of tea. I will take it right here. Zoop. So everyone involved is manipulative, except for Donna. Donna's not manipulative. Donna's the one who was being manipulated, okay? Because she was senile, she's old, she was being bossed around, she wasn't in control. Her family were stomping all over her. Oh gosh, what a stretch here.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
Maybe start with that.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Okay.
Mr. Zellman? Keep in mind, I have this sort of sped up, so us waiting here, or the jury waiting there, is a little bit longer than us. Mr. Zellman? Are you there? Hello?
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times.
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
You remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice.
If I said it, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page of my
I don't have it.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony.
Something tells me that Mr. Zellman is not very well organized. Usually it's like, if it happens like a few times, it's like, yeah, whatever. But I feel like it's kind of a common theme throughout.
So she can explain, deny, or admit.
Maybe he needs to use like sticky tabs. That could help. It's his first cross of the day. He's crossed before. Attorney Jackie. You helping, Mr. Zellman? Jackie looking for some Tic Tacs. Yay! The other person's helping.
April first or second interview with Investigator Moulin and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20.
And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may. Can you just read that to yourself, please? Did you say something differently when you first met Representative with the State Attorney's Office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the State Attorney's Office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times...
Now he's pointing out that she's being inconsistent about how many times she met with this female investigator. However, what I'm looking for is whether or not she was consistent about the content that she shared with them. For example, what Donna offered her, what Donna was trying to get her to say. Is that wishy-washy or is it pretty consistent throughout?
Times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Paralegal doing paralegal stuff? I'm glad that he has someone helping him.
Testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or
Yeah.
they are?
They are, because we were...
Thank you. Nothing further.
I don't know, man. It's like you had to pick and choose which witnesses you're spicy towards. She's just been super chill up there, honestly. I get it that you want to show that you don't like her because she's testifying something that is going against, your client. It looks really bad for Donna. But I don't think it's a good idea to be spicy with people who are just super chill and relaxed on the stand. Unless you're trying to do it over and over again to try to get a rouse out of them and get them to react, get them to break face and get them to look bad. However, he was at the very end of the cross-examination and it was just, I don't know. He could have said a little bit nicer, in my opinion.
Examination.
Sir, will you finish what you were going to say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah Dugan. I don't know. I feel like that can go a long way with the jury. Sarah's like, hey, you know what? Don't worry, I got you. You finish up what you want to say.
So did you sleep together, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes.
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
On a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes.
And you also spoke to State Attorney's Office investigators, is that right?
Yes.
And your own attorney?
Yes.
And you testified at a prior proceeding as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Katherine Magbanwa, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of.
Okay. And she said yes?
And she said yes.
Thank you.
Damn.
Down, will this witness be recalled by the party?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
Defense.
Potentially, Your Honor.
I'm surprised Donna didn't come up with a lie saying that they had a falling out, and because of the falling out, this woman is like falsely testifying about Donna because she was just mad at her and angry. I don't know. Like, are we not gonna come up with anything creative? Did all the creativity already is that already left her brain? Like, they were so creative with everything else. Now it's just like, okay, well, I give up.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
Take hold, Rena Bernhardt.
All right, then other inmates. Witness number 25. Again, she's saying that Donna promised her veneers, a trailer. What else was there? The monies, some land.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Bernhardt. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
For false testimony.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Drina Bernhardt, DRINABERNHARDT.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you in currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Damn.
The first case I want to ask you about is the VOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Damn, why is everyone violating the probation? Come on now. Don't be violating that shit. You're given like another chance almost. What did you do, Drina?
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised.
Who is this witness? Another person that was incarcerated with Donna. And I'm assuming Donna's gonna maybe either confess to her about some of the crimes.
Anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving either felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
27? Whoa. Wait, involving dishonesty? I think the defense can expand on that then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right, were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We work together 24/7, so.
All right, can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, initially it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about
This is the Wendy replacement.
personal things, like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Oh gosh, she loves the sunshine
Did
nickname,
she
doesn't
make,
she?
paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 61. This is one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote.
Damn, Donna, everyone is turning against you, Donna. Everyone. You've got no one. Wait, did she make some jail art for her? What is this, Sarah Boone thing?
You,
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, asked to move in evidence.
Wait, will Donna be housed where... what? Will Donna and Sarah Boone be in the same prison?
61.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State 61 is noted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
What do we have?
So is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best loved Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And did you return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay. And
Oh, she would. Remember I was saying earlier in a different stream? I wouldn't be surprised if Donna was like, hey, you can call me mommy if you want when mom's not around. All right? Wink, wink. Wasn't there a spooky movie or TV show where the grandmom was trying to breastfeed her grandchildren? I'm thinking it's a horror movie. It might not even be a horror movie. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Oh my god. Oh. Or was it another true crime case? No. It must have been a movie. Oh boy. If I think about it, I'll let you guys know. But if you guys know, remind me.
I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay. And was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay. So it was something that she was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay. And was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Dawn, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often, or only one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Katherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanwa somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Ms. Magbanwa from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanwa to you, or did you bring Magbanwa up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanwa?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanwa.
And Miss Magbanwa, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I marked as
Please don't tell me the script is in her handwriting.
State's Exhibit 62.
Donna, you couldn't be that dumb, right?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Miss? Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And
You're going places.
whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Anderson.
Oh my fucking god, she wrote in this? Donna! Donna, how dumb are you?
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it.
How did you know who Donna was? Everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on some TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years. Why did you speak to her?
Correctly on the stand for her.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court.
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this Did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
I'm going to go down a paragraph here. It says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the $1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
Wait, what? 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 Okay, there's something up here earlier that Georgia did not read. Answer: I knew I had information about Kay from the many times I'd been with her in jail. Question: what did you tell her? A. Answer: I approached her, told her I had some information about Kay, and did she want to hear it? She said yes. I told her that Kay said she told Charlie, oh, okay, on the night of the murder, that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. She asked him to give her the $1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law. I wonder if, you know what, when Donna testifies, she's just going to say that, what do you mean? I was just telling her to tell the truth. I didn't make this up. This is the truth. This is Charlie's story of extortion.
That she told him after so that she could relocate with her, that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
And then over here continues, but she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So
if they don't get you something or your dad, you should have seen his face. He turned white. He was scared shitless. Oh man, who's a better writer, Donna or Corey Richards? But she said she convinced him that the murderers thinks a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she would tell her friends who he was. She can keep him safe. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money. Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was going to give her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him. If someone comes up to you and says, hey, I murdered someone, okay? Now I'm going to blame it on you. So give me $3,000 or whatever, was it $100,000 a month? Give me $100,000 a month. If you don't give me $100,000 a month, I'm going to go to law enforcement and say that you hired me to kill them. How does that make sense in any way? Because one, if you're in that scenario, you would just go to law enforcement yourself, because obviously you're going to be like, well, I'm not guilty. I had nothing to do with this. You don't have any evidence on me. I'm just going to go to law enforcement and say, hey, this motherfucker killed this guy and they're trying to extort me. Charlie didn't do that.
He was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Katherine Magbanwa ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No,
There's a part on here that says,
Donna's going to testify and say, what? That was the truth. I was just telling you to tell the truth.
here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the $1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so, again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Kay say any of this to you?
No.
Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type Is that the type of language that Katherine Magbanwa would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
But that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
This is so bad.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
Well, I was in jail. I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail, just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think Obed, I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she said grand piano. I don't know. Maybe Drina used to play the piano or something.
And how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay. And who was going to send the money?
That's why they wiretap Harvey, because they think Harvey is also helping out Donna as well. Oh man. So Harvey was wiretap for a little bit at the beginning of this year or like end of last year. However, they didn't really come up with anything. They didn't really find any like solid stuff from the investigation. The accusation was Donna was witness tampering, and then she was also going after her son as well, Rob Adelson, the one that she was scared about the testimony.
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. One moment, please.
Love it. Oh,
No
man.
questions. It's time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Thank you for panning the camera over to Harvey. Harvey just let a little sigh. Zell via Harvey. Oh, no. Signal. That's what they're all using now.
For the four.
All right, take a look at Harvey again.
No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
For the four to cross, please approach.
So, those two testimonies look really bad for Donna. It's just really going downhill. We're tumbling so fast down the hill. I don't know how we're gonna put on the brakes. This witness makes me sad. Yeah, I felt for her when she said that she just wanted to, you know, maybe get a later sentence or maybe end up in rehab. The wire meltdown is crazy. It is. Hi, Hot Glue. Thanks for joining us. What's up? Hello, hello. Thanks for joining us on Twitch. Yo, defense. What's going on over there?
Yeah.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
Oh, I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then
This is the woman that Donna Adelson was yelling about in pre-trial. She wasn't supposed to speak, but she was like yelling at the judge, and the judge was telling her to shut the fuck up and stop talking. She was worried that they wouldn't be able to locate Drina because she was like, oh, she's a drug addict or something like that. And the judge was like, Donna, Mrs. Adelson, shut up. In a nice way, of course.
And as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Bird, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
That's crazy, man. So she was released at the beginning of this year, and then she broke probation.
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you've been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. That violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes.
Oh, hey, Ruth is here with sunglasses.
Judgment is sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023.
Question. Do you think it would look better if they put the reserve sign, like defense reserve sign? Because this right here just indicates that Donna only has one person supporting her, right? If you're part of the defense family, you probably like fill out the seats more. Do you think it'd be a better idea if the courtroom, just for like prejudicial reasons, if they just put the signs on like the benches instead, not on like the back of the benches, but on like where the butt seat? Because I don't know, every time I look at that sign and I see Harvey and then I see defense and it's like empty, it's like, it's sad. And it's like, damn, why is there no one here to support this woman, this old lady who's supposed to be, you know, like the defense is trying to say that she's really caring, she's very selfless. Like every time I see the fucking camera pan, it's like a reminder that, wow, there's only Harvey there. No one else is there. Oh. I mean, you could see that more than half the bench is reserved for the sheriff's office, but still, like... Okay, moving on. Maybe it's like a, you know, a tip that we can give the courtroom next time. Because, you know, if those signs weren't there, you could make the assumption that maybe everyone else sitting behind her, some of them could be like part of the fence team or something like that. All right.
Count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct? For 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling, and 1 count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day, unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it specifically says, if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
No.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No.
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program.
I wonder if she has any kids.
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
And you completed that.
I did.
Okay. Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again.
I did.
And you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision?
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions?
I just didn't go.
And you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
I don't know why this is relevant. I think he's really trying to tie it to the fact that, hey, you're looking at this, you violated your probation. It seems like ever since you cooperated with the state's attorney office, even though you're saying that they didn't promise you anything, you were released pretty early, weren't you? Why were you released in January 2025? Because I think they're looking at the incarceration before January 2025. She was released early, and then I guess she broke probation again. Or are we looking at the timeline afterwards? This is before or after? If it's before, it makes sense. If it's afterwards, I don't know if it makes sense, actually. I thought that's where he was going. That she was looking at a very long time, but because she helped out the state, you know, the state still gave her like a bone.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation,
Yeah, this is 2024. Okay, that's where he's going. He's basically saying that you were looking at a long time, but you were released for some reason in January 2025. I wonder why.
and the new burglary charge. That point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct.
And then you meet Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Your get out of jail free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her.
We became friends, yes.
And you would ask her.
Okay, here's the thing. The angle that he's going to go for is, or he's going for right now, is that you're looking at 15 years, you met Donna, this is your meal ticket out. However, she can come up with all the lies that she wants about Donna Adelson. Donna still wrote in the notebook, in her handwriting. Unless the defense is going to try to get a handwriting specialist to try to say that this is not Dana's handwriting. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's lying. She still wrote in the notebook. The question, the Q&A thing, and then she copied it. Like, she wrote in the fucking notebook. It's in her handwriting.
Her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
So she's not allowed to ask Donna about the questions, about her case, because at this point she was kind of working as an informant, and they specifically told her, hey, you are not allowed to just start fishing, and you're not allowed to work for us, essentially, and you can't start asking questions on your own. However, if she talks to you, I mean, you can't help it. You could just listen, just listen. But you can't be actively working on behalf of, law enforcement and then, fishing for answers. That was I think that was in pretrial stuff.
So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two, and we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
Because there are questions that you can ask that are natural questions. Like when you're having a conversation, right? Unless you're talking with fucking Charlie, it's usually a two-way conversation. You're conversing, sometimes you have natural questions that you're going to ask. However, if she was just going ham and asking questions on behalf of, working for law enforcement, that's something that she's not supposed to do. But I did see that there was a transcript that she had that she did say that she maybe did ask some questions. But my assumption is that it was because of the way the conversation was going. That's what I remember when I was reading the court doc. Yeah, if you were talking to Charlie, dude, Charlie would just fucking, you don't even ask any questions. He would just talk about everything.
It's to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly
Efficiently.
Yeah, the state did not, the defense did not want her to testify.
Before you ask your next questions, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes.
You didn't show up for probation.
Correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
No, actually, the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay.
Her transcript, a lot of it was redacted, so we didn't get to see a lot of this in the pretrial stuff. Just little tiny portions of it.
And you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
Yes.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor.
Wait a second. Hold on. Do we notice something weird about this? Remember how Sarah Boone wanted makeup, but it was kind of a shit show for her to get makeup because, you know, they were trying to figure it out, and like they wanted to make sure that the makeup she had on wasn't going to end up being contraband later on or something like that. And they weren't able to get a makeup artist for Sarah Boone. And it was Sarah Boone's trial. How does Drina have makeup on? Drina has like full-blown makeup on. I think this is what Sarah Boone wanted. She wanted her face to be done. Drina, how you got makeup on, girl? You got to tell Sarah Boone how you did it.
Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
Maybe Orange County Sheriff's Office is more strict than Tallahassee. I don't know.
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
Okay. During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Oh, that's the explanation for Donna writing it in her handwriting. It wasn't Donna writing it and then telling her what to say and directing her. She's the one who was telling Donna what to do. She was telling Donna, like, hey, this is my question. This is my answer. Which one sounds more believable to you guys?
Your testimony here.
Why would she tell Donna to write it in a question and answer format? Wouldn't the other way around make more sense because Donna wants to make sure that she's got her lines memorized?
Today is that you never told her what to write.
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Nothing further. Redirect examination.
All right, Mr. Zellman. All right.
Were you ever advised to say anything other than the truth here today?
No.
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer
Yes,
from
ma'am.
somebody, not me.
Correct.
Hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're going to have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story
No.
to tell her?
No, ma'am.
But Donna's going to say she did know because that is the truth, and that's what Katie told her.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the...
All right, so Georgia says that you are working, you and your attorney are working with the state, you know, with your police stuff, but that's not me. I'm not the one that's working with you guys. And she's like, yeah, it's not you, it's someone else. And then the script was provided before her recent release and before the recent violation.
Party. Ms. Bernhardt, remain under your subpoena and do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness, State.
State calls Kate Butler. No objection. Can we approach?
All right, who's next?
Did you bring your computer with you?
I didn't. I brought my flash drive.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you?
Oh, why is the audio low? I'll fix the audio if I need to.
And spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
Why is the audio so low? What the heck? Give me a second.
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Give me a second. Audio's like kind of low. Oops. Now the audio is not working at all. What is going on here? Hold on. Yeah, audio's been kind of weird. It was like really, really low. Okay. All right, Katie Butler, witness number 26. Is Charlie coming up or what? Can someone tell me?
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Or you think George is like, okay, we're not going to call Charlie because they've had enough of him on the wiretaps. We don't want to aggravate the jury even more.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center in the Forensic Document Examination section.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines.
Yes, that's who we're calling up here. Yes.
In order to determine source or authenticity of a question document.
What training and education do you have to perform those duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year, 2-phase training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Forensic Document Examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go through her credentials. Katie, I'm sure your credentials are amazing. She's going to be the person that looks through the handwriting and to make sure that it matches with Donna. This is going to be for the checks, and this is going to be for the notebook. Now, it seems like the defense has already conceded that Donna did write this. However, they have an explanation for that.
Okay, so these are just the 2 exhibits that you compared as we just discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample just
sorry.
discussed.
I went a little too far. Okay. I like Katie's blazer. Is that what you call it? Blazer?
Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the 2 exhibits that you compared as we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample. Next slide.
Oh, we are going through them really quickly. Okay. I kind of want to read this. How did you know who Donna Adelson was? Everyone knew her. She's been in the news. I've seen her and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years. Why did you speak to her? I know I had information about Kay from the many times I'd been with her in jail. What did you tell her? I approached her, told her I had some information about Kay, and did she want to hear it? She said yes. I told her, thank God. She told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. She asked him to give her the $350,000 that he was going to pay to his sister, could relocate with her children. He went crazy on her. He said something. That he was going to get to the police. I told him if he used to talk to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom or your dad, ! You should have seen his face. He turned white. He was scared shitless. But she said she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. He opened his safe, gave her the stacks of money, and then she told him he could pay the rest of her in cash. She said it was going to be $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinner with $350,000. She said something her baby daddy and something Sigfrieda would do anything.
Okay. As we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide.
Okay,
Please.
Georgia's moving on really
Question hearing
fast.
sample. Next slide.
All right. Georgia's moving really quick. K, personality traits in jail. How easily she manipulates people to do whatever she wants. Gets all kinds of special privileges from the office, food, magazines, newspaper, abusive. I was called by the state's prosecutor office because of the time that I spent, because how I spent a lot of time with her.
Okay. Wait, go back one. Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials. So whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're not just picking out like, oh, she makes her S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present, that is present in the question, is present in the known or not, and if it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's get to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look.
Ooh, this is so interesting. Why, they, Miami, and once.
For the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents. Thank you so much. So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages. I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing. And I've put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
And does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at the bottom near the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of...
I'm surprised Donna would have this in writing. Did she not try writing with her left hand or her feet?
Flat on one side, but pointed or angled on the other side of the W. On the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side very flat, but on the right side a very sharp angle up to the top, and then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right, and that's pointed out in both the red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y. The structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pen lift, where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the two separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they. And you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the two strokes, where there's a bit of a pen drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff, and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pen lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the lowercase h's staff. You can see that same characteristic with the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pen drag or a pen lift in that area. You can see that in the word there, in the lowercase t and h combination,
AKA Donna's cooked.
in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they,
she Korean barbecue cooked, man.
Lowercase e. The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter, and instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop e was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column.
Yeah, Kohlberger's handwriting was like so rough to read. Imagine having that handwriting grade your papers. You can't even read what the fuck it says.
Where you can see the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y.
Not the Korean barbecue cooked. I was trying to think of a reference of a Vietnamese dish.
And they.
But I couldn't think of one.
Question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word y in the known column on the first line. Natural variation.
Me during a presentation, 100% hand gesture, 0 preparation.
Are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing...
She's kind of like me. When you're really nervous, you talk faster, and then you're like, wait, shit, I'm running out of breath, and then it hurts, but then you don't want to pause to stop to breathe. I don't know. And then like it just gets worse and worse and worse, and it feels like you're suffering.
Different variations of a lowercase y or any letter, and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion.
Kate, you're doing a good job.
So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The upper...
Yep, she's like me right now. It is when you start running out of breath and you're like, okay, it's kind of awkward if I just paused right now. Maybe the state will ask a question and give me a breather. Come on, Georgia. Or is it Sarah who's doing the direct examination?
Case M in Miami has an interesting structure. The staff of it has an open loop formation, so it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff on the left side of the M. This same formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle, and the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase a of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the a sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the fourth line in the known column.
This is how I sound when public speaking, right, Moondog? Public speaking is so hard. It's easy for me to talk on stream. Well, it's so difficult, especially if I'm recording. But if you're talking to an audience where you can see them and you can see feedback, oof, it's so scary. It's so scary. But you're doing a good job, Kate. You're doing a good job.
Moving on to the word "and" in the question column, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle. But whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the...
Oh, even Bruce Rivers will be impressed at Donna's level of self-snitching. Oh, has he not done an updated video on this trial? That'll be a good one. I like Bruce.
Crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing, also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row. The spacing relationship between the lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the n is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the d, the bottom of the d. And that particular spacing characteristic was found within the question as well as the known. And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D, is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve. But instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bowl lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column. The next word in the question column is the word once.
Public speaking is really hard. I remember when I was, I don't know, just being in grade school, public speaking was so scary, so scary. I kind of wish that they made you do it more often just so you could finally just get over the fear. But it would be like projects that we'd have to present, and it would be like once in a while. And I was just always so scared. Like I would always be like, you know, you see all the kids like shaking, like going up there, and like it was just so scary. And everyone's looking at you.
The lowercase NTS is where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase n and s are nearly touching, which is odd because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter in a word. So the s touching the n, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants. On the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching. The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s, to the formation of the lowercase s, in the word once in the question column, that particular characteristic was found within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop.
I hate public speaking. I get nervous and sweaty, but tell me to go and deliver instructions to 50+ prisoners. I'll cuss them all out without stuttering. I'm a corrections officer for day job.
It makes a counterclockwise loop.
That counts. We can count that as public speaking.
Around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants as well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever. The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. That is indicating is that the left side of the W is actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column.
I didn't learn to college that the more common, the better my presentation is. I know I have the knowledge. I just got to say it. Yeah, I guess my issue, especially like elementary school, middle school, high school, was that I was just a really bad student. So because I probably didn't really do a good job at my project, it didn't make it any better when you had to do the public speaking portion of it.
8 within the word once. Didn't use this laser the whole time.
I was trying to go shoot it.
The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side. Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The t crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shape, with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace. That particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the word
Yeah, that's usually a tip right there. You have a water break, but I don't think she has a water bottle on the stand. I don't think she has one. That's usually like the strategy there, where it's like, okay, I need to slow down. Let me just pretend like I need to just drink this water and take my time opening it, lifting it up, gulping it, and then closing the cap and then putting it back down. You know what I mean? I don't think she has water.
liver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the e and the r at the bottom. And that particular characteristic was also found within the word deliver and the word after in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples of some of.
When I first started in radio, I'd read my sentences together to avoid dead air. So I feel for her struggling to breathe and speak at the same time. Eventually, you learn to pace yourself. Yeah, I struggle with that too. It's okay to have dead air. You don't always need to fill the void all the time.
Of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified the known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes, ma'am.
1 minute.
She says identification at the highest level.
Cross-examination.
Who's doing the cross? Be nice. Zelman or Jackie? Jackie! Danny DeVito going dead air while eating crackers. What is that from?
Right. Members of the jury.
Document, no questions.
No questions? Okay, not surprised.
We've never
All they could do is just attack the way she did the work and her credibility, I guess.
contested that our client wrote that document, no questions.
Right. Members of the jury.
Look at Donna's face, though. Do you think Donna's happy about that?
The comment is strike. Members of the jury.
So Zelman says, we've never contested that our client never wrote the document. And so they're striking that comment.
You are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
Strike that comment.
Have a good day. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Bye, Katie. You did a good job.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
What? He said 3:55? A 30-minute break? Wait, is it because Charlie is next and they are working on the logistics of getting Charlie up in here? Up in here, up in there. The defense sucks. I'm not very impressed with the defense, I would say. I thought they were pretty okay in pretrial stuff. But for the trial itself, I feel like there's no oomph there. You know, we need some more teamwork. We need some effort. I just feel like it's a little bit, I don't know. No fireworks in cross-examination. But, guys, it's not over yet. When they present their own witnesses, maybe they do better in direct examination. Maybe cross-examination is not, they're saying. Damn, that was some Jackie Chan shit. I just caught that fly and killed it. Okay, fine. It was like a little baby mosquito. All right, well, it's a very long little break. He said, what did he say? He said 55, right? Court is on a lunch break. Hold on. Let's see, show chat. I think they said 55. Oh, 3:35. Oh, in 5 minutes. All right. I'm going to get up, stretch, and I will be right back. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Well, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Oh, man. After the lunch break, we had Man, some horrible testimonies for Donna. Oh, man. We had 2 people that testified saying that they were housed with Donna, and Donna was essentially confessing to the crime. Donna tried to promise them things in order to get them to falsely testify about Katie, saying that Katie was the one that orchestrated this and Katie was part of the blackmail. Now, both of them have turned on Donna and they are snitching on her. Both of these 2 witnesses were not promised or offered anything in exchange. The defense is trying to rebut that. And then the handwriting specialist goes up because Donna, dumbass diarrhea Donna, she wrote into the notebooks the Q&A questions on coaching someone to falsely testify. Here's what the defense is saying about that, though. The defense is saying that actually the inmate told her to write this. Donna didn't write this on her own. She wasn't telling her what to say. However, it's hard to believe that because it's in a Q&A format. It would make more sense for Donna to write in that format. That way, the other person can know how to answer the questions when asked by interrogators or asked by investigators later on. But, you know, like I said, I think that we cannot let our guard down. Donna's a really good actress. I think Donna knows how to turn up the poor grandmother, the shaking, the body language, the crying. I think she does a pretty decent job, although it's hard to stay consistent with it because if you're truly upset, then you don't just turn it on and turn it off when you feel like it. You can tell that Donna does that, especially when they were talking about Dan Markel and then some of the autopsy stuff, and Donna was like crying and shaking, and we haven't seen her being upset about Dan Markel since. So anyways, we'll see who goes next. I'm hoping for, you know, maybe Charlie, but maybe no. Maybe no Charlie. All right. Oh, no, wrong person. That's Lori. Let me replace Lori Vallow's picture then. Lori. We're done with Lori. Thank goodness. Done with Lori. Okay, here's Donna. I'll see you guys in about 5-10 minutes. All right, y'all. They are back, and is this Chris Corbett? Is he back on the stand? Hello, hello. Man, sorry, it's really hot in my house. Charlie, is he gonna go on the stand? I mean, after hearing his voice on the wiretap, maybe maybe the state's like, we don't need any more of Charlie's voice. I don't know. The jury's sick of Charlie. All right, we are back, and we have a familiar face on the stand, I guess. All right, y'all, they are back. That's me. Is this Chris Corbett? Is he back on the stand? Me. Hello. Okay, hi. All right, let's do this. Judge Jackie. I was looking into Judge Jackie. There was a Tallahassee Democrat article about her.
Sergeant Corbett, you remain under oath, sir. I just remind you to testify truthfully in the exam.
Yes. Does your second
Poor Sergeant Corbett. He back on the stand.
presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this presentation also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move State 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection after 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead and continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony,
Yeah, that article about Jackie didn't look very good.
did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury's already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right.
Thanks, Go Lucky. How's your day going?
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first
Donna
bit of
looks
information
tired.
here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
I'm going to object. This testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story?
So Zellman objects, saying it's cumulative evidence. Judge says, well, he could put it in context.
Story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. Does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her $350,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markell, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page, is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay, looking at the next sentence, does it say, he threatened me that he was going to go to the police. I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie, and she told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Katherine Magbanwa. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that Magbanwa came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000.
Judge, give me approach, please.
Approach.
Oh, we're caught up. Okay. We are caught up. Sorry, I actually had it too sped up earlier. I slowed it down though. So Christopher Corbett, or Sergeant Corbett, is back on the stand. He was our witness number 17. He's part of the Tallahassee Police Department. He was a cell phone dude. Huh? She faked cancer? Oh, I didn't hear anything about that. He answered to the jury, kind of like Amber Heard did. Amber just didn't look at the jury. She was piercing a hole in them. Well, while we are waiting, should we read funny tweets? Let's see. Let's see what's on my timeline. While we wait for them to come back. Let's see. Zoom out. Jeez, I was so zooming in. Let's see what we got here. Donald's. There was a picture that someone had of... What is this? Oh my... Trial style of the day. Of June. Oh gosh. Lord have mercy, I have found an AI app. Nobody is safe. Is that Donna? Oh my gosh. Why is...
Okay.
Why?
In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Katherine Magbanwa $3,000 a month because he did not have $350,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month?
Sarah and Georgia don't appear to be impressed with Jackie, as I don't think anyone is. No one is buying this "oh shucks" approach. Fuck off.
For time.
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that Magbanwa assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck.
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph...
Hey, Prescott, how are you doing today? Yes, Corbett is back on the stand. Sergeant Corbett to us.
And in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom, haha is written out.
Haha.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. When did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination. I can move to that now. That was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
This is so dumb. This is the best part of the Donna Adelson trial so far. Donna with the DJ headsets. Oh gosh.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
Oh my God, AI is wild. Look at this AI thing. When Georgia tells everyone to put their headphones on to check the audio levels. Oh my goodness.
All right, and in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay, can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendy Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray, he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
Wow.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay, so what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
Nope.
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendy Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to try to use this against her. Very, very smart. Even though we know that Charlie's testimony was not true, but they're going to use it against Donna.
Can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay, so she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out?
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay.
Finally, the truth is out. I wonder if the recipients were like, no, we don't believe it. It's bullshit.
Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about.
And you know what? I think this is also to show that she was watching the trial. I think Donna's team said that you can't prove that Donna Adelson was watching the trial. It seems like she is watching the trial. I guess her excuse can be that someone else told her about what happened in the trial and she just didn't watch it.
It's it being the truth, is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendy Adelson? Okay, thank you. Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
Ooh.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson about this extortion?
You know what? If I ever go into law enforcement in my second life, I want his job. I feel like the best part of trial stuff is when you go through people's text messages.
Defense.
Search history, the Google stuff, the cell phone stuff, the text messages, the photos.
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
What? Donna, why are you writing this? Why are you texting this? You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that. Donna, why are you writing this? Here's the thing. When she writes, your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I don't think she's talking about the fact that she didn't want Wendy to know about what Donna and Charlie did in regards to Dan Markel's murder. I think Wendy was a part of that. What I think Wendy didn't know was things that happened with the bump and everything afterwards. I don't think they told Wendy about the bump. I don't think they wanted to include Wendy because I think Wendy probably was an emotional train wreck after the whole plotting with getting Dan Markel murdered and then Dan Markel actually getting murdered. I think she was a complete wreck, especially since she had to speak to law enforcement for about 6 hours. I think after that, she was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I can't believe you guys dragged me into this. And her family wanted to shield her. I think Harvey wanted to shield her because that was also evident in the wiretap calls as well. I think with all the bump stuff, I don't think they told Wendy. And so now when Wendy learns like, oh, there was like this bump thing and that Mom, Charlie, Katie, the hitman, they're all texting each other. They're all trying to deal with it. And they end up getting caught because they're all caught in the wiretap. Then Wendy was like, fuck, damn, my family sucks. They don't know what they're doing. They're supposed to take care of me. That's what I think.
What date is that? Or was that sent? What date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendy about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney.
Oh, it could be the extortion defense. Okay.
Didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Did we look?
Does the state have more evidence that they are talking about the extortion defense and not something else? I feel like we need a little bit more context because my assumption was I thought it was because of the bump stuff.
In the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanwa or Garcia or Rivera.
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanwa would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted per his testimony and this State 62?
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanwa, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool. He encourages her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanwa left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation and is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanwa first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No.
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
It does not.
What about...
So again, this is to show that after Katie spent the night at Charlie's and got the money, Charlie was texting her. And it seems like things were fine.
In the, what about in the week following?
I guess the defense, if they want to continue arguing for Charlie, they can just say they're like, oh, well, he was just trying to be nice to her. You know, he wanted to make sure that things were good. He wanted to make her happy and not make her kill him, I guess.
The murder. What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th, later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day?
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He says sweet dreams.
No Charlie so far. Just a lot of Charlie's voice on the wiretap calls.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? He's saying laugh out loud.
Yes.
All right, any more after that? Here she says have a good day, smiley face, and he says you too.
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does, yes.
All right, from 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanwa stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that? Here is she giving him some relationship advice and saying he'd make a great dad?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say it makes me feel good that you care about me? I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life.
He does.
Okay, what's next? Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back? Does she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile, and he says, yes, you do.
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay, what about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you?
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
Yikes.
All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, I miss you.
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best?
Yes.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanwa no longer...
Like blank, you said that story already, and you always get mad when I cut you off in the middle of the story, so I just let you repeat it because I loved you. Lamau. Yep, Charlie, he's a talker. She starts getting really annoyed in the wiretaps. I love hearing my own stories. LOL, you're the best.
longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest, yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and Magbanwa in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about Magbanwa knowing people who wanted to hurt his family or anything like that?
Nothing.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and cell-brighted, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over?
She was done listening to him. She knew that she was done for. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to spend the last 3 days of my life listening to fucking Charlie Adelson.
WhatsApp.
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text, and it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service, it's using the data side. So we don't see records of that, those communications in the call detail records that we get, and it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally?
Yes.
Do sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message?
Also speculation.
Please approve.
Okay, I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016. Okay. Do you mind going to the next? Thank you. All right, so they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday, and I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus, spelled with a K, was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
Hearsay.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections are ruled.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, Charlie Adelson's lawyer?
The judge does not sound thrilled at all with any of Zellman's objections. I don't. Maybe like 2 objections Zellman may have won, where they got Georgia Kappelman to maybe like restate a question, or even Sarah Dugan to restate a question, or don't lead, I guess. And man, tough.
Met with Garcia's lawyer. Who did they run into?
Ms. Magbanwa.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanwa?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Katherine Magbanwa's phone number and all of these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is, and then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, so this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan? I'm sorry, yeah, Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here, or 4-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right, looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message.
No anger at them, or, I had another idea. He expressed no anger at Garcia or Katie, not even excited that they were arrested, or even like surprised, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that he's involved. That's wild. Isn't that the guy that dated your ex-girlfriend? Do you think there's something weird that happened? Or even if he was extorted for money by saying that, I'm so glad that they were arrested. These guys extorted me and now they've gotten what they deserved. And it's not like Charlie came in and said that, like, hey, by the way, these guys extorted me, so I see that you guys have already arrested them. I want to testify in their trial so they can finally get the real people who killed Dan Markel. Like, I don't know, the whole extortion thing just doesn't add up at all.
Now, is this message between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else. he did business with. This
Wow.
whole thing is just crazy.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson, and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay.
Man, I really feel like the state, they're asking a lot of leading questions that the defense is not objecting to. Are we just gonna let the state continue to paint the narrative instead of letting the witness paint it?
And that wasn't the paper.
Defense? You need another Celsius? Hey, someone get Jackie another Celsius. Wake her up.
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that that wasn't the paper.
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny.
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything?
Yes.
Does she say, what are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Sustained.
All
Is there
right,
anything
finally
about extortion
sustained.
in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from, or at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial, and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendy Adelson after she told Wendy Adelson? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through these, and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
Oh, that's right. When the two hitmen went up there, they met up with a cocaine dealer. I guess they bought some coke or something like that. And I think the second trip, when they went back up there, when Garcia shot his gun into the gas line, they went to the coke dealer to try to see if they can fix it. But then Garcia ended up fixing it himself. Anyways, that's who Charlie's talking about, the star witness that is testifying at these guys' trials. Okay.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay. And do these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, can we see that message? Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge, sometime between 5 p.m. and...
Wow. This is why Wendy wanted to cease communications with Donna and wanted to have nothing to do with any of them. Donna's talking. Donna's trying to implicate Wendy a little bit here. And Wendy's like, Donna, shut the fuck up. You guys have already ruined this for me. Now you're making it worse. She writes, there's a verdict. Wendy writes, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Yeah, stop writing things in text message. Donna writes back, your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Now you are not guilty. Your law lawyer took very good care of you. You could bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Lincoln's bar mitzvah was supposed to happen in January 2024. So 4 months after this text.
5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th.
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendy send
bar mitzvah, right? Bar mitzvah, bar mitzvah, bar mitzvah, bar mitzvah. I don't know how it's pronounced.
her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
Oh, wait, there is a bat mitzvah. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Bar is male, bat is female. I actually never even noticed that there was a difference between the two of them. Thanks. Wow. Donna says, now you are not guilty. Now? Now?
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
I feel like there was a lot of argumentative happening here that wasn't being objected to.
So there is a conversation, again in WhatsApp, between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we going to go through the entire visa chat here today?
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the visa chat?
They are, yes.
All right, before court today, did you have an opportunity to look at States 58, the visa chat?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-Visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
States 58 is admitted.
Thank you. All right, if you could walk us through a few excerpts from this chat.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Ms. Adelson and the Vietnam visa, and the first message in this conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only
Donna forgets to delete it.
way we're reading them is because we were able to seize the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay.
She didn't delete it.
All right, can we look at the first messages sent in this chat? Okay, can you read this to us?
Sure. Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Objection. Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
What's the objection?
Rule, this has not been published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time. You may continue.
Yeah, I was like, did he object to hearsay again? And then the judge was like, well, this is an evidence. I don't know.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay, and what's next?
She says if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay, and then did they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay, what happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa because it's an emergency fast track one?
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay, but then the chat says we can't
She wrote, I want the fastest possible.
arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right, if she were to, like, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30? 30 and extend?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
Okay, are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay, and does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as the next Monday to receive the visas, will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay, what's next? They've received her email,
Correct.
and she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you. Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct?
Okay, now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Now, was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate that this is who Wendy should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's the first entry here?
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date.
Sorry, I was thinking of kitty implants, like booby implants. It's probably like ear implants or something like that. The hearing aids. Is that considered an implant?
Date of that, which we actually don't have on the top of that.
Okay, I think we do have it in evidence. So, what number is that?
What kind of implants?
Okay, so the first entry you're
Katie's
pointing
on my
out here,
mind.
though, I'm sorry, if you could go back to the highlight.
Oops.
Katie's like, stop thinking about my titties.
And so that was to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics?
Yes.
All right. Did they have a note about packing for Vietnam?
Oh, maybe
Okay,
dental
was there also
implants?
notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
Two, in fact.
Wow.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendy to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line? Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons,
She wrote all this down and didn't burn? She didn't burn this book when she left?
if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's trial, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance?
Correct.
Because at this point we're in November of 2023?
Yes.
Oh no, was Charlie separated from his baby mama, I guess?
All right, and Lynn, looking down, we see that note's on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendy, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th, so I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you what's marked as states 59A. Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That was Thursday, November 9th.
Okay. So that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is
Okay, sorry.
trying to communicate her plans to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to those messages? Here in these messages, is she letting Wendy Adelson know they need to talk to her? It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. You know, please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them. Yes.
Okay. What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry.
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendy, stating that
That's a text message that was being read on the recorded call that Donna thought she hung up. We read it earlier, or we listened to it earlier.
you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Stand by.
It's crazy.
Is that right?
Yes.
You're
All right?
escaping.
And then at the bottom, she says, Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right, what's next? Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then, was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why they chose Vietnam? Why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go?
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us? Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day.
Oh, here we go. Y'all wanted the Google searches. Here are the Google searches. I wonder if there's any searches of things to do in Vietnam, best places to eat, best places for, I don't know, views and stuff like that. Or was she purely just going to escape? Not because she was trying to vacation there.
After Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
In the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa.
Yes.
Damn. Donna, you're cooked.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right, Zalman, what do we got? Same day as Charlie's verdict. Same as apply for visa, same day. Wow. Panicking. The Adelson's house on fire. Oops. Why does it always take the defense a while to set up? What's going on, defense? Why are you not prepared? What are you doing over there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit.
Good, we like backwards.
Now you
I think that's the best way to approach cross-examination. Backwards. It's fresher in the jury's mind.
agreed that WhatsApp
And address it now.
is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation,
What is Harvey thinking? Run!
you
out of
indicated that in my client's planner there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
My client at the time was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
Maybe.
And what about implants?
Maybe
Well,
she
other
has
than the
boob
fact that
implants.
Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm going to show you. Let's see, this is not too far. An approach with states 155.
You may.
Looking at the picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower.
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should I brought my mouse? Can you read what that says? You want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
Implant motor?
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, I can't see it there, but let's go back here. That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
Okay. I'll go grab it.
Is he going to say that they were selling Harvey's stuff? But both Harvey and Donna were leaving for Vietnam, so it would make sense to sell everyone's shit, right?
Another picture then. That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Would you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
He said, is it unusual to have dishes in a bedroom closet? I guess Zellman's trying to say that this is stuff that they've had for a long time and they're just selling it. It's nothing like, it's not like they're clearing out their house or anything like that. They're planning on coming back.
This is something that I'll show you with my laptop. Approach.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so
I did not know that to ask that of you, but
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_.
Yeah, we have all types of weird stuff in our closets because it's just extra storage to put random shit in.
40029. Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
Let's go here. Are those the boxes that we saw in States 155?
They appear to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker?
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room. Let's see if we can get a different perspective here. Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from...
I think I only had dishes in my closet back in the college living room in the dorms. At least you had dishes. Most of the dorm life, it's like plastic and paper, okay? Plastic utensils, paper plates, because when you're in college, you're just too lazy to do the dishes. Ah!
From the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily...
That wasn't me, though.
...disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043. Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Okay.
To get a show to the jury. Oh. Last time, remember on like day 1 or day 2, Zellman was going through the exhibits, but he was just naming them. The jury's not going to remember the exhibit names, so you need to show them. I'm sure he'll show them next, maybe?
Now, during the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
Could be.
By itself, no.
Could be nothing big. Could be they're getting rid of shit. Or they need the cash. Law enforcement so far have been pretty likable.
Would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
Merely stopping Amazon's deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa?
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa?
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multi-entrance?
I do not specifically.
Is Zelman going to bring Donna's travel history and say that, look, she typically travels to the Southeast for 90 days. This is what she did in 2014. This is what she did in 2017, 2018. I don't know. Maybe that could be a strategy if Donna does indeed travel for long periods of time to other countries.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
But she could also be leaving Vietnam to go to Thailand and then come back to Vietnam and then go to a different country and go back and forth, right? It's not necessarily her leaving Vietnam and coming back to the US and then going back to Vietnam and back and forth.
Now, one of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was, at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
See, I haven't been provided with the full new version. It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's no longer in here or was never there. Hey, Dream, thanks so much. I appreciate that. I don't know. I didn't think Wendy was going to ever be next. But after this trial, I don't know, man. I think State's got some stuff on Wendy. I don't know what else they have on her. I think it looks pretty bad for Wendy. Seems like Wendy was trying to figure out what Dan Marco was doing that week. Maybe passing his schedule along to her family. She's not on any of the wiretap calls, though. But I think she was involved before. I think after Dan Markel's murder, she was like, I'm not going to be involved in this. You guys handle the rest.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your...
She probably had like mental
It's not
breakdown.
in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, yeah, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Zellman, this is the version not in evidence, so you still wish the witness to place it on the screen?
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed the present.
It was not in evidence. The one in evidence does not
I can't hear what Georgia said. Did Georgia say it was in evidence? Does she agree with Zellman? Maybe?
Weinstein said. Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, throughout your review of the text messages, the communications...
I want them to go after Wendy. I also do feel really bad for the boys, though. Uncle's gone. Grandmother, we'll see. I guess Grandpa's still around. Maybe. If Mom goes, yeah, that's tough. I would feel really bad for the boys.
Was there any evidence that my client
You essentially just lose your entire family.
was aware of the friendly text that Charlie had with Katherine Magbanwa?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
I hope the children though can grow up and have like a really good relationship with the grandparents on the Markel side. I don't know. They're like teens right now. Teens is like a hard time to deal with kids, you know? The teen phase. It could be tumultuous.
And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth. This time in writing, so his thumbs.
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
Donna looks like she's sleeping.
Read
Donna,
the
wake up.
examination.
Yes, sir, quickly. Can you put the Sun Sentinel article back up? Thank you.
Take me just a second.
Sure.
Can we see the Sun article?
Thank you. Now, we saw the text earlier where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or in Florida, that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and in this paper, was this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes.
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
That's correct.
Okay, and but we don't know necessarily, looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests. After it talks about the arrest of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the reason that it was of interest to us?
It was, yes.
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
It is not.
Okay. All right. Looking at, defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but the totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast-track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection, asked and answered.
The rule doesn't ask and answer, but we have covered this subject. Let's do it.
Okay. And was Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
Let's start down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Will he be recalled during the trial? You remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
I have to have
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State's Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted as Experian GPS certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted. Could we admit that? Could we admit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to State 72?
Hard to hear. She's not in the microphone.
We thought they admitted as well.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
Very well.
That's exactly what Donna wanted, though. She wanted to raise the boys herself. I don't know if you guys heard that, but she said it pretty quickly. The state rests.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
I have to have
They're in very nice protective cases.
I'm talking about the
Judge,
plates.
one matter, State's Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted as Experian GPS certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted. Could we admit that? Could we admit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to State 72?
The state has rested their case.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break in the trial at this point for the weekend. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30, and we will try to get started by 8:45 on
Oh, why so early?
Tuesday.
Can
Enjoy
we
your
start at 9:15, Judge?
holiday weekend. I think football is back. You have something to watch that is not concerned in this trial. Have a good weekend.
Boo,
8:30
football.
on Tuesday.
Wah.
Nobody will be here on Monday.
You know who else likes football? Judge Kranick. Judge Kranick would talk about football all the time during the trial. The state has rested their case. The jury has 3 days to marinate on all of that. And the cross-examinations were not very helpful for Donna.
Defense have any motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as of Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
All mid-trial motions will need to be addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors. With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called.
No, Donna is. She will next week when they start again on Tuesday. Typically, after the state rests, the other side, the defense, is going to say that, like, okay, well, you know, the state, they haven't really proven their case. They haven't tied my client, Donna Adelson, to the conspiracy, you know. She wasn't behind this. She had nothing to do with this. She was just going to Vietnam. And the wiretaps, well, it doesn't really show that she really knew what was going on. She was just going on with what Charlie says. Judge, there's not enough evidence, okay? We should just drop the case right now. That's usually what they do in the middle of the trial. We'll see if they're going to try to do that. It's kind of just like, let's just do it and see what happens.
Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Can we let me know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Does either party have anything?
Yo, this judge is so done with the defense, man. Oh, man. I don't know what's going on with this defense. Maybe Mr. Zellman just has a lot of other cases that he's, like, juggling right now. It just doesn't seem like they're just, like, on top of this. Like, boom, 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 you know?
Can we let me know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Does either party have anything to raise before we go to break for the weekend?
He's like, unbelievable, but okay. I'm just going to put on a smile because today's Friday. It's a 3-day weekend. You ain't ruining my bad mood. Or my good mood.
Not this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday.
Oh, man. So bad for Donna.
Gallery can remain in the courtroom for right now.
Who's remaining in the courtroom? Bye, Donna. See you later, Donna. Don't be wearing your headphones inside out again, Donna. All right, well, guys, it's bad. It's really bad. It's bad. All right, guys, so Day 6 of Donna Adelson's trial, we continued with a wiretap call, and we got to listen from 2 inmates that were housed with Donna. Donna tried to bribe them, try to get them to say false things about Katherine Magbanwa to bolster Charlie's fake story about being extorted, doubly extorted. That didn't work because both women snitched on Donna. Both women were not promised anything by the state. Oh boy. It's not good for Donna. It's not good for Donna at all. I'm like so like, it's a little bit jarring. I don't know, that I feel like the defense has just been so like wah 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 wah. I thought this was gonna be a real spicy back and forth. Cell phone expert came back to testify, and we went through the text messages between Donna and Wendy. Donna's not happy at Wendy. Wendy's trying to ignore the mom. Donna's still sending some really incriminating text messages about Wendy, saying that you're not guilty anymore, I guess, because she's been protected by Charlie. And Wendy's like, Mom, shut the fuck up, dude. You're going to make it worse for me, okay? I'm not talking to you anymore. And that's exactly what Wendy did. Wendy stopped talking to Donna. Hey, look, that's my thumbnail. That's me. Hello. Oh, gosh. There's messages on WhatsApp with Donna trying to go to Vietnam. We have some Google searches of Donna looking up Vietnam because there's no extradition. She's worried that she's not going to get the visa on time. She does end up getting the visa on time. Now, the only reason why they have her messages from the WhatsApp is because she didn't delete her messages. They're all on her fucking phone, okay? They seized her phone, and that's exactly why she didn't want law enforcement to take her phone. She should have taken the phone and just swallowed it whole. Anyways, but Donna didn't delete her messages. She just, all the messages were on there. Oh, man. Donna. It's hard to crime, man. You think that you're good at criming. You're good. You think just because, you weren't the one who shot the gun, just because you weren't the one who paid the hitman directly, just because you weren't the one to talk to the hitman directly, like they really thought they were going to get away with this. But everything that happens afterward just shows what terrible criminals they are. But it's good for us because the court can use the evidence against them. So we're happy about that. And then even afterwards, when Donna was caught, after all the shit that she's been through, the wiretapping and her just making horrible mistakes, Charlie making mistakes, everyone making mistakes. When Donna's incarcerated, she tries to coach another inmate to falsely testify. And you know what Donna does? Donna writes it in her own handwriting. She writes it in her own handwriting. It's in her own handwriting. So of course Donna wrote it. And the defense, thank goodness, they conceded and they said that, like, yeah, my client wrote that. However, here's a twist to the story. My client only wrote it because the other inmate told her to write it. So, they did have a handwriting expert to testify about that. And poor handwriting expert, she was not breathing when she was testifying. Maybe she just wanted to get the heck out of the stand and she had something better to do on a Friday, But handwriting expert testifies saying, yep, that's Donna's handwriting. And no cross-examine happened because they're like, yeah, well, we did say that that's my client's handwriting. Oh, boy. This is so bad. This is so bad. Mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. Usually when huge mistakes happen, these criminals kind of just like chill the fuck out and just not do anything. But no, Donna just had to, she just had to try to, get people and bribe people. Oh, man. And then again, pulling Harvey into it because the woman was supposed to get a Zell from Harvey. It's hilariously bad. Yeah, it was bad. And then there was a tweet earlier saying that because court started pretty late today, I think. A little bit late, yeah. I don't know. Someone tweeted that Jackie accidentally took a sleeping pill or something, and that's why she was late. I don't know if that's true or not, but typically, surviving the survivor, I think they've been pretty solid with their information. So I'm gonna just go with probably true. So I don't know if Jackie was just kind of like, I don't know, maybe not giving the best performance today. Honestly, I thought when she was going to cross-examine the FBI agent with the wiretap, I don't know, I thought she was going to go ham. I thought she was going to really call everything out, nitpick everything, but she spent maybe less than, 2 minutes in the wiretap stuff. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, it is a tough client for the defense. She's royally fucked up. They have been on this case for less than a year, and I'm assuming maybe they have other cases and they're just overburdened. I don't know. I would say it's pretty rough. It's pretty disappointing to see that it doesn't feel like this defense team. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of teamwork happening here. I like to see teamwork with all the different attorneys, you know, in different offices and stuff like that. It's, you know, having each other's back. I just don't really see that here. With Georgia and Sarah Dugan, it's like a team. Like, they are a duo that you do not want to mess with ever. But at least, you know, the paralegal was helping Mr. Zellman out earlier, so that's cool. All right, y'all. Well, that's it for today. We will work on the recap video. However, I want you guys to enjoy your 3-day weekend. If you guys are not caught up with this case, we do have recaps on this trial. I recap day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we will have day 6 up maybe today, today, tomorrow, hopefully soon. Oh, Jesus. But I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for watching the trial with me. I appreciate your guys' comment. You know, I was really confused with where Jackie was going with the cross-examination, and I'm glad that you guys were able to throw out some ideas out there, because I was like, where's Jackie going with this? There has to be something that she's going after. There's a reason why she's going over the timeline again and explaining it to everyone. I don't know, man. I felt like she was just cross-examining just to cross-examine and just to make it seem like her cross-examine was long. I don't know. I'm a little confused. Maybe Jackie feels like the wiretap was like really fucked and this was the best that she could do. But yeah, guys, other than that, I hope you guys have a good weekend. I hope you take care. We still have all the Koberger stuff to catch up with, because there is that document that I told you guys about, the 500-page document of all the students that were complaining about Brian Koberger. It's pretty lengthy. I definitely wanted to go over that sometime, but I'm going to wait after the Donna Adelson trial because it's a little too much work. All right, y'all. Take care. See you guys later. And remember, use WhatsApp to communicate, but don't forget to delete your messages. I'm actually going to go eat pho right now. That's how I'm celebrating the end of this week and all this Vietnam talk. All right, y'all. Take care. I will see you guys later. Bye-bye. Oh, and say hi to my Annabelle bucket. See? You see her?